Well, good morning, everybody. So good to see all of you here today in person, those of you joining us online. I hope everyone enjoyed day one as much as I did of the conference. Presentations were just incredible, inspiring, but even better were the conversations, I think. The opportunity to talk with so many of you, hear more about the great work you're doing, and to me, in a most gratifying fashion, thinking about and hopefully considering ways we can partner and work together in the future in this space of the public health opportunities and challenges of dementia caregiving. So again, thank you all for making this such a wonderful conference. Just wanted to take us through, again, what is going to be, I think, another fabulous day and an incredible agenda of presentations and opportunities to interact. You see here, we will have, in addition to our mission moments, we have Dr. Alan Stevens here with us, as well as a colleague, to talk about the RAISE Council, which you heard me allude to, and I think several others talk about yesterday, in terms of recommendations and next steps for implementation. We're also going to have a panel on age-friendly public health systems, which I can't wait to hear more about, in reflecting on how this can be pivoted and focused on dementia caregiving. And we're going to have another panel presentation on equity and cultural adaptation in dementia caregiving. So again, really, really excited about the agenda here. We're going to wrap up with Mike Whitkey and Dr. Robin Stone and really discussing where do we go next based on some of the consistent themes we've talked about here, both yesterday and we'll hear about today. Where do we take this next in terms of elevating dementia caregiving as a public health priority? So again, I think it'll be a great way to wrap up the conference. And then finally, we will end with much more engagement and interaction with the roundtable discussions and reporting out. And then also our poster session, which I thought was fabulous yesterday. Thank you so much for those of you who have submitted posters. It was really great to read more about the incredible work that's happening in so many of our communities here today. Again, as a reminder for those of you online, please do use the Q&A button in Zoom. We will then collate your questions and ask them here in person. We originally were doing the white note cards, but I think we've kind of given up on that in terms of floating mics, right, Elma? Yeah, so in any event, that seemed to work fine yesterday. And again, we have a disclosure here related to the CE credits and their availability here. So I encourage you to review that, please. And for those of you who are planning to obtain CE credits, the course access code, again, is bold PHCOE, bold PHCOE Conference 2022. Please do complete the evaluation on the post-test, and you will then receive your CE certificate. I also want to make clear there are no fees for the CE credits, so we hope you take advantage of that if you have the opportunity. Well, I would like for us now to pivot to our mission moment. We're very excited to have Dale Rivard here, a person living with mild cognitive impairment, as well as Rhonda Williams from the Vermont Department of Health. So again, really excited to have you here and looking forward to hearing more from you here to kick off our day. Thank you both.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rhonda Williams. I'm the Chronic Disease Prevention Chief at the Vermont Department of Health for the last 11 years. I oversee several programs, including the CDC-funded Alzheimer's-related dementias and healthy aging program. My mom was diagnosed with mild cognitive impairment 10 years ago, which has progressed to advanced dementia. And I've experienced stigma when with her, including in clinical settings. So this conversation is very meaningful on a personal level too. Dale, would you like to introduce yourself?
My name is Dale Rivard. At the age of 59, I was diagnosed with mild cognitive impairment. I live in northwestern Minnesota. I used to be a prosecutor in the state of North Dakota.
Thank you, Dale. So I was asked to briefly share some information about stigma related to dementia from a public health perspective. In a systematic review of dementia-related research, Herman et al. Concluded in 2018 that stigma impedes those seeking help and those delivering treatment. They identified that stigma appears worse among those with limited disease knowledge and a lack of evidence-based stigma reduction approaches, at least at that time. In the past several years, though, public health has been learning. We are applying approaches that appear to be working in addressing stigma concerning substance use addiction and sexual orientation. We can take these lessons and apply them to stigma related to dementia, and I'd just like to quickly mention one example. At the Vermont Department of Health, we granted to the Pride Center that serves LGBTQ adults. With the funding, we gave the center full ownership, which allowed them to use health messaging that resonated with the community, to tailor tobacco cessation to be visibly inclusive, and train clinicians on implicit bias and on becoming identified as a queer-friendly practice. They also created a new state logo and tagline, Health for Everybody. 7 years later, the smoking rate among LGBTQ adults in Vermont is no longer significantly higher than non-LGBTQ. As public health in partnership with the dementia community, I have hope, as was said yesterday, I have hope that we can do the same and improve quality of life for those with dementia. Just briefly, through the CDC BOLD grant, we are using communications to increase understanding of ADRD and to expand people's comfort level with discussing their memory concerns with their provider. And we're also engaging those providers with tools to support them in screening and diagnosing as part of acknowledging and supporting the person with cognitive impairment. We are preparing to highlight the voice of lived experience in our media and create a lived experience data brief. We have expanded our surveillance capacity, wanting to collect focus group and benefits data with people with lived experience in long-term care facilities, adult day, and senior homes. Using data collection and sharing to help destigmatize dementia. And finally, as part of our state's Reframing Aging effort, we can challenge ourselves and our communities to rethink about dementia. And importantly, is to seize this opportunity to cultivate compassion and to highlight the beauty of our lives touched by ADRD. And I think many of us can reflect on that piece. So Dale, would you like to share a bit of your story?
When I was first diagnosed, as I said before, I was a prosecutor for the state of North Dakota. And I had been there for over 20 years. For me, law was my life. When I say that, I mean, even when I'd be on vacation, I would be always connected to the office. When they came out with the cell phone, I thought this was awesome. You never would be away from the office. My wife, thank God she's with me, but she used to get so upset that when we go on vacation, you know, the first thing she'd look and I was in a corner somewhere, either texting or talking with my secretary or one of the judges. But I just loved it. I mean, this was fantastic. But what happened to me is probably, I'm sure, similar to a lot of people. I started having problems. I fell, and then I went to the hospital. They couldn't really find out what was wrong, and I couldn't get rid of the fog. So finally, they transferred me to the Mayo Clinic in Rochester. And what happened was I guess it brought my neurological problems to the forefront. And of course, you know, you get that wonderful, we talked about this before, your neurologist comes in and he says, you have mild cognitive impairment. For me, you tell me I have mild cognitive impairment, first thing I said, well, that's nothing. You said it's mild. You know, maybe just give me a pill and I'm ready to go. And then he said, no, it's over. Your law career is done. For me, it was completely devastating. I went back to my employer and said that, well, ethically, I couldn't practice law anymore. That was my last day. Before this, I mean, when we say, you know, your career is you, it really was. And I'm sure you've all experienced this. You become expert in your field. I would get calls from our Supreme Court in drafting legislation. I testified so many times before the legislature on juvenile law and on termination of parental rights. I did mostly civil work. And then, of course, also even on planning and zoning. I mean, my phone was always on until the day I came in and said I had mild cognitive impairment. I didn't receive a response from anybody. It's like you have some communicable disease. We're not talking, I mean, we're talking all professionals here. These are the judges, the lawyers, the justices. But all of a sudden, it's not only that they didn't want to discuss matters, you know, legal matters with you, but more importantly, they didn't want to discuss anything with you. I was so surprised. It was so devastating. We talk about stigma, and that's why I'm here, because I want to tell people that I do have mild cognitive impairment. It is progressing. We all know what the end game is. But we still are here. Shortly after my diagnosis, I met one of my judges. I mean, I had a great relationship. Well, except for one judge, but that's beside the point. But I had a great relationship with my judges. And, you know, we went out to eat. We spent a lot of time together. I really enjoyed it. I met him at the hospital. I was going through speech therapy. I've also developed aphasia. And he couldn't wait to get away fast enough from me. This is the same man that we used to discuss the differences between the Catholic Church and the Lutheran Church. He had a daughter who was gay, and how he felt about it. We had just numerous discussions about everything. And I was just so surprised. It's this feeling that once you get this diagnosis, that you should be put away. So we talk about stigma, and I am here to say that no, we shouldn't. That we need to stand up, to say that there's certain things we can do and certain things we cannot, but we are still here. And you shouldn't be able to treat people in the early stages of dementia as an individual in the latter stages. You know, I am not a person that's in a nursing home. And when you talk about our experiences, my experience is different than just about everybody else that has either frontal temporal, Lewy body, Alzheimer's. It affects me differently, and it'll affect another person differently. I've seen people that have had a diagnosis, and in a year, they die. I've seen people that have been around for 20 years. So everybody's different. And I think we need to be cognizant of that fact.
Dale, that's such thoughtful and wonderful sharing you're doing. Is there anything that in the workplace, because you're right, there's such a range for people. Each case is individual. Any recommendations you have surrounding stigma, how we can do much better in the workplace regarding it?
When you have a diagnosis, and I'm glad that we're talking about this, we're talking about early diagnosis. I think if someone has cancer, one of your coworkers has cancer, what do you say? Do you tell them goodbye? Do you shut the door? Do you take away their medical insurance? Do you say, we no longer ever want to see you again because I don't want to get it? Or perhaps, do you say, well, what can I do for you? You've got the same individual here who was probably, well, for me, I had attorneys underneath me that I was training. One day you're doing that, and the next day you're just goodbye. I mean, there are certain things you can do. I mean, we can modify the behavior, or modify the work environment for them. I mean, there are certain things that you can't. I mean, we all know we talk about short-term memory loss, but there are things that we can do to keep them involved in the workplace. In time, of course, we all know what's going to happen, and then the individuals will have to leave the workplace. But for that period of time, when you're first diagnosed, you are still valuable. You are very valuable, and there's so much we can give. We just don't want to be put away. And I keep on going back to the fact of even in our office, we had an individual with stage 4 cancer. She made it through, but it was a long 2 years. But I'm so glad that we were there for her. But also, she contributed so much to our office. I mean, we had to pick up hearings, but it made our office actually seem more like a team when it was all said and done. I don't think we should bury people that have early diagnosis or a diagnosis of dementia so soon.
I think of in the workplace, like you're saying, at the Department of Health, we do meal trains, we do these other types of support for other diagnoses, but not for those who have a new diagnosis of mild cognitive impairment or other type of dementia. So I think that's a really important, powerful point. How about in your personal life and your network of friends? How did that look for you?
I was lucky. I have my wife and my family, and they're kind of the rocks for me. My wife's family was very supportive. They are. They treat me as a human being. It's just, when I say that, you probably kind of, what do you mean? My other family, my relatives, it's a different story. I received the diagnosis, and you know how news travels, and bad news travels really fast. So my aunt, this is 2 weeks later after my diagnosis, and she comes up to me, and she holds my hand and she says, "Dale, do you know who I am?" And I said, "Irene, I was there 2 weeks ago." And she said, "Oh, you do? And how are you feeling? Are you going to be okay?" And I said, "Irene, I drove my car up to your place, and she couldn't quite fathom, the fact that I'm still here. I should have been put away immediately." Even my father, my grandmother had died from Alzheimer's, and my father had suffered from, they never wanted to have any diagnosis because it was such a devastating diagnosis. You never want to be diagnosed with Alzheimer's or dementia. Never. I mean, we all knew what was going on in his life, but my sisters wanted to make sure that he never saw a neurologist. You know, although he didn't know who we were, but we never could do that because, you know, what people would say. People are going to talk, you know, like you have Alzheimer's. And having Alzheimer's, I'd have to say, I don't know if there's any other disease that they thought was worse than that. So even my dad, when I first told him, and he said, well, you're walking. And I said, yeah. And he said, well, you're fine. You know, these people, you know, they just take your money and that's fine. You know, you don't have to worry about it. You know, I can't believe that you're not working anymore. You know? And I said, Dad, I can't. And he said, well, you know, you're a lawyer. You should sue him. You know. But even my sisters, one sister in particular, you know, you're treated differently. You really are. And it's sad. And I keep on going back to the fact of being part of my wife's family. My wife's family, you know, they've maybe have had a lot more life experiences. They've worked with social workers. There were teachers. They're more open, and they realize what's actually going on. So they've been really, really nice. I mean, there's certain things I can do. We used to play cards a lot, you know. I can maybe play a game, you know, but before it stops. We used to have conversations, you know, for hours. I can do about an hour, and then I zone out. I have a hard time following conversations. That's why this is great, you know. First in the morning, I'm fresh, you know. You'll see me this afternoon and you kind of go, wow, there's nobody home there. But that's okay. You know, for me, I hate to say this, but dementia has been kind of a blessing. And when we die, you know, we think about what we've done and how have we made the world a better place. I hope that by me being here and talking with you, and we talk about stigma, that this kind of puts that off to the side, so that when you tell somebody, or you're talking, or you're treating somebody with dementia, Alzheimer's, you know, you treat them as a person. And it actually, for me, I spent a lot of time with my family, you know, and my wife, and it's been great. It really has. Because that's what really matters. You know, I hate to say it, but, you know, even though I love my job and I love my work, and I would love to go back to it, right now, just being with my family and my wife is even more enjoyable.
Well, I think expressing and seeing the faces in this room, we all feel very grateful that you're here with us and sharing what you just did. I think you've made a huge impact and will continue to do so. So thank you so much, Dale.
Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you so much, Dale. Thank you, Rhonda, for those wonderful comments. And again, really what I would consider inspirational when we think of what we're doing here in this conference and for all of our work. So, like yesterday, as opposed to me coming up and introducing speakers, I'll just ask each speaker after you conclude your slides to just flip to the next presentation and slide, and you can feel free to introduce yourself. But since I'm up here, I might as well introduce our next speaker. So really, really pleased to have a longtime colleague of mine, someone whose work I have the utmost respect for, Dr. Alan Stevens, joining us today. As you can see, he holds the Vernon D. Holloman Lewis M. Rampey Centennial Chair in Gerontology. He also directs the Center for Applied Health Research at Baylor Scott and White Health. And joining him will be Dr. Linda Quander, a family caregiver. And they're going to be telling us about critical, important work that I would say underscores much of what we've been talking about yesterday and we will be talking about today, which is the RAISE Act and some of its recommendations as well as future steps for implementation. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Stevens and Dr. Quander.
Thank you, and thank you, Joe, for your kind introduction. And let me just say it's an honor to be here at this conference. I'm sorry I'm a day late arriving because of a personal issue, so I know I missed a lot of great stuff yesterday, but I'm delighted to be here today. And I just also want to thank Joe for pulling all of this together, Dr. Golgar. I know you all in Minnesota love Joe for the work he does for your state, but he is really a treasure to our country for the work that he's leading in the field of caregiving and contributing in such important, significant ways to the national agenda. So delighted to be here and be part of this conference. I'm here today representing my colleagues, let me see here, on the what's called the RAISE Act. Recognize, assist, include, support, and engage family caregivers. It was an act passed by Congress in 2018 and then really started into action around late or mid 2019. I'm one of 15 non-federal members that have been appointed to serve on the council, and I actually serve as one of the co-chairs. So let me just say a disclaimer here. What I'm going to be presenting today is largely my views. It is the documents and the wording of the council that has been passed, but fair to say it will have some of my interpretations to the work. So this is a lot of what you're going to hear, and I will try to say it at times is my editorial opinion. The RAISE Act that many of you have probably heard of for a number of years, but just to recap, when Congress passed this law, it essentially had put into play three important actions that were the duties of the duties that were expressed in the law. One was to start the Family Caregiving Advisory Council. That's the body I'm a part of. And then that council was to work with federal agencies, including the lead agency, the ACL, and produce a report to Congress. And also, lastly, the council was to work with federal agencies and ACL, importantly, to draft and submit a national family caregiving strategy to the Secretary of HHS, who was then to supply that to Congress. So this was this last part, I think, is what really got people excited, got me excited, was that this bill, while a process, was going to lead to our first ever national strategy around family caregiving. The first time we would bring information from the scientific literature, bring information from the stories of families, and bring the wealth of information that that from our federal agencies and state agencies and private organizations who are all doing important work in caregiving, and attempt to bring it together in some kind of cohesive document that would start to give us a roadmap of what we could do for family caregivers in this country. Just to step through a little bit of the process, as I had mentioned earlier, there are 15 non-federal voting members of the committee, and then there are a number of representatives from various federal agencies, and those individuals bring a wealth of information about what is already happening within the federal agencies to support family caregivers and what is possible for us to do for family caregivers within the bounds of the federal agencies in which they serve. We were the first group were appointed in summer of 2019. Our terms will expire this summer, and a new council will be named in July of 2022. So here just in a few weeks. So you'll be hearing more. But if you want to learn more about the council and how the makeup of the council is conducted, there's a website there that has great information about the individuals. Let me just say that most everyone, if not everyone serving on the council, has a history of family caregiving. And we're talking about lifespan family caregiving. So many individuals are caring for adult children with some form of disability. Individuals have been caregivers of short durations during a critical health crisis. Some have been caregivers for a chronic disease and are still caregiving. We've had caregivers who are now in the process of moving from providing care and are now in a point of their loved ones receiving hospice care. So the people of this committee understand caregiving because they are providing care and have done great work in bringing that message forward. This is our definition of a family caregiver. So many of you have probably seen this already, so I won't go into it. Just sufficient to say that it's broad. It's not just blood-related family. It is related to those who we consider family, those that we consider neighbors and treat like families, family members. So it's very inclusive of the term of what we mean by family. It's also inclusive of a broad range of type of individuals who receive care, people with disabilities, people with cognitive limitations, people with functional limitations. And notice too, there's no description there of the duration of care. Someone can be a caregiver for a very short time through an acute crisis, or someone could be a caregiver for 8, 10 years. Some of you know this, and from my personal story, my family cared for my mother for about 8 years while she had dementia, and we cared for my sister, who was her primary caregiver, for 6 months when she had pancreatic cancer. My sister ended up passing away before my mother. And so there's all kinds of caregiving, and families can experience a lot of different ways in which they're expected and lovingly often to come together and to support family members in care. And we want to be inclusive of that broad array of care. So our first, as I mentioned earlier, the establishment of the council was the first mandate of the act. The second was a production of a report to Congress, which has been done and submitted. You can find information about that report online at this web address that's at the bottom of the slide. There's several web addresses you'll be seeing today. This one is the best to learn everything about the report, as well as a number of personal stories. So what's in the report to Congress? I can tell you a lot of my friends would answer that as nothing new, which I heard from a lot of my colleagues in academia. But that wasn't our task. Our task was not to produce new information. Our task was to pull together information from a variety of sources and produce it into a document that was appropriate for Congress and hopefully for the public, and most importantly, a document that would lay the foundation for the national strategy. So here are the major aspects of the report are identified in these bullets here. I won't read them to you, but I'll pay more attention to what we'll go into next is the recommendations. So core to the report to Congress was recommendations that we'll be talking about here in a few minutes. When I said somewhat jokingly, nothing new in this report, whoops, lost my tag, sorry. It's a very, very academic point of view. Because if you really look at this report, what's incredibly new is a cohesive set of stories and a comprehensive set of statements and personal statements from individuals who are providing care. This was incredibly important for the work that we were doing to take what had been learned from studies across about 20 to 30 years, from what we knew from a scientific standpoint, and crosswalk that to the stories that people tell us when you sit down and really understand what caregivers go through. So it gave us this great opportunity to look not only at the scientific literature, which can get stale, although very, very important that we have it, but we needed the stories to really send the message to Congress, because Congress wants both. They want data, but they also want personal stories that can change the narrative. So in doing this, we ended up with a comprehensive view of the landscape. And I want to really give a great thanks here to several organizations that made this possible. As you look here at the comprehensive nature of what's pulled together to get us to these 26 recommendations, it was a lot of good work done, not only by the council. In fact, the council had the easy job here. It was the work of people at NASHP, at the Family Caregiver Resource and Dissemination Center that was funded by the John A. Hartford Foundation, that provided a lot of support not only to the council but to Greg Link and his great staff at ACL. Working with Wendy Fox-Grave and Greg Link at the really staff people who were leading this initiative and working with a number of folks in the community, they brought forth really trusted members, trusted organizations from across the country, organizations that were trusted by caregivers, such as the Leading Age, Community Catalysts, and the National Alliance for Caregiving, to bring forward and to really go out and find individuals who could tell these stories and who would tell them to the rawness that is caregiving, sometimes the pain that is caregiving, but also capture the joy that is caregiving. So great thanks to these organizations, as I said, really trusted organizations that provided a great deal of information that we were able to put forward into the report to Congress. So a summary of the report to Congress is that we broke it down into 5 goals. You see them here, and then 26 recommendations that are embedded in those goals. And I want to go through those quickly with you now, and I'm not going to go, trust me, I'm not going to talk about all 26 recommendations. I'm going to kind of highlight some, and this is where the editorial part comes in. Because they're all very important and they all tie together into a comprehensive or cohesive set of recommendations, but I'm going to piece them apart a little bit for you today. The first goal is around awareness and outreach for family caregivers, and I'm going to spend the most time on this one because this is, in my view, good, classic public health. This is what has to be done to really set the stage to make sure we can do other very important things with the national strategy. So with these, there are 5 recommendations under this general goal. And as you read through them, and I apologize for the text being small, but again, if you go to those web addresses, you can download all of this information. Some very traditional kind of recommendations here. In 1.1, you see a focus on general public awareness, outreach, public information. 1.2, a focus on self-identification and awareness of empowering people, empowering those who are caregivers to understand that they may need to reach out for themselves, that they may need to raise their hand and say, hey, this is what my life is like and I need help. So some public awareness, some self-identification and awareness. In 1.3, an emphasis on early identification by providers. And Dale, as you were talking this morning, I was rethinking this of how many of these recommendations I think are important and valid, but we need to put them in the context of what you described of when is it right for a family who wants early identification, and are some families avoiding early identification? And importantly, as you described, Sarah, and thank you so much for your comments, what are the consequences for early identification for the person with a cognitive impairment? So while these are recommendations, I beg you, stay with me for a minute, and when we talk about the national strategy, there is more around the context in which these recommendations need to be thoughtfully brought forward. 4 places a lot of emphasis on collaboration across state and local and tribal organizations, and 5 talks about public-private partnerships. So again, I think some good basic public health initiatives that we need regarding family caregiving. The second goal is around the area of engaging caregivers, or more effectively engaging caregivers in healthcare settings and other kinds of care settings like long-term care or other types of supports. Excuse me. And I'll just point out here just 3. 2.2 is one that I think vital. I come out of a healthcare setting, and we need to empower caregivers to be part of the care team, and we need to shake up the healthcare system so that family members are seen as vital members of their care team. They need to be seen as the eyes and ears of the provider in the home. They need to be recognized as the person or persons who really carry out the instructions that are provided during the healthcare activity. 2.3 is again talking about the need for using evidence-based practice in healthcare settings particularly around the issue of assessment. And critically, if you continue to read in that sentence, is willingness and ability and need. So often we only talk about that last one, of what does a family need? Got to back up and say, what's a family capable of? What's a family willing to do? On the plane right here yesterday, one of the flight attendants stopped me because she thought I worked for Southwest Airlines because our color codes here on these slides, I don't know if you noticed, they look just like, and so when she served me my drink, she noticed my PowerPoint, and then I went to the bathroom and she said, "So what do you do for us?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know." And I said, I try to be a good passenger. And she goes, no, what do you do for us? And I was like, I'm sorry. I was just like clueless of where this one. And she goes, I see your slides. And she goes, only executives of Southwest have that slide deck. And she said, I've already radioed up to the pilot and told him you were on board, and he said it was quite rude that you didn't stop in and speak to him. Swear this is a true story. Swear this is a true story. And I said, no, ma'am, I'm not. I said, but let me go get it. I said, and she pointed out things in the airline, in the plane, and I was like, I see what you're saying. Let me go get my PowerPoint, and I bring it back and show her, and we have the discussion. The point of the story, besides being a funny break we need, she then told me about her grandfather who has dementia and be cared for by her grandmother, and started talking about the needs for care. And she goes, grandmother said from the very beginning, when I married him 60 years ago, I didn't have to change his diaper, and I'm not changing his diaper today. So this idea of willingness of what people can do has to be a part of the equation. By the way, she went on to tell me the story of her aunt and uncle who have a child with Down syndrome, and the effect that the pandemic had on his learning and his ability to have structured education, and how they ended up having to pay $1,500 a month so that he could go to into a private learning situation. So because he so desperately, and they wanted him to desperately graduate from 8th grade. So a little bit of a diversion, but the point is, like all of you know, when this topic comes up, however it comes up, people have stories. People have stories about what their families are going through, and very often, if we listen, I think it points out the things that we have to do. So you will hear me later talking about the importance of things like tax credits for people who are paying out of pocket for things. We have to wrap all of this together, but if we listen to people, I think we'll hear what people really need. I'm going to go through the other goals here again pretty quickly because I want to have time to talk and maybe have some questions. The third goal is around social support and services. So this is our classic area of providing programs to caregivers, many of which are represented on Dr. Bass's evidence-based caregiving platform that I know y'all heard about yesterday. But how do we find interventions, programs that really support family caregivers? Point out 3.4, and there's 2 slides of this one. So again, I beg you to go to the website and look at these and read these more carefully. 3.4 deals with something that we from an academic world have not dealt with really in caregiving, and that's social determinants of health. that lays on top of what we already know about caregiving. For a lot of caregiving, we focused on social emotional support, helping people understand problem behaviors, helping people receive respite care. What about transportation? What about food insecurity? We know all of those things impact caregivers just like they impact the rest of the population, and we haven't done a good job of bringing that into our full understanding. Again, 3.7 here, an emphasis on what do we do during emergencies and pandemics, brought to light, of course, by the incidents of the last 2 years. But not new. Yes, very much in focus, but not new. And doing this presentation, I remember a conversation I had probably 15, 16, 17 years ago with my friend Lisa McGuire when Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans. And that's where my family is, that's where my husband's family is. And shortly after that, we had a conversation, and Lisa was saying, you know, we have a lot of that data of where there are people with disabilities, and we need to bring all of that together faster to know how do we get better transportation to those who we know where there's zip codes, where there are higher level of people who need special transportation. I don't know if you remember that, Lisa, but I remember that last night when I was going through this. So we need to learn it's not just a pandemic. It can be it can be natural disasters as well, in which we have to provide better support to caregivers. Financial security in the workplace. Again, if I can go back to my story with the flight attendant in that conversation, she said, I try to help when I can, but she said, Southwest only gives me 2 FMLA days, or 2 two-day periods. So that's better than most. So she got 2 two-day periods of paid FMLA care, which most people get no pay for FMLA. And she said, you know, so I have those too. She goes, but that's not near enough. She said, if I was his primary caregiver, that would not be near enough. She said, I can help a little bit, but I really couldn't do it full time. So we need to look at caregivers in the workplace and the financial burden, not only of the out-of-pocket expenses, but what kind of challenges do caregivers face in the workplace. And again, as I mentioned earlier about folks who pay for out-of-pocket care, can we find a way to, in some way, acknowledge their contribution through tax credits or other means? The last goal was around research, and I'll focus really on the first one mostly, and that is we need better data of the number of people who are providing care, the length that they're providing care, and the context in which they are providing that care. And it needs to be done from a population-based, and it needs to be done with great scientific rigor, because those are the numbers that we can use to push Congress and to really have an understanding of the scope of the problem. We talk a lot about what can be done in caregiving, and I'm one for saying, yeah, all of that sounds great, but give me a denominator. How many people need it? Because right now, this is a great program serving 100 people. But do 100,000 people need the program? We don't have that denominator. And that's why we need a good, an effective infrastructure to give us that data in a format and with a methodology that will hold up to the standards in which people who are allocating budgets we can really convince them that our numbers are strong. We need a new generation of caregiving interventions. Many of you have been involved in the creation of those interventions. I took my first job in the arena of family caregiving was in 1995 when we started with the Reach 1 projects. We've since went to the Reach 2 projects. Now I do something called Reach Texas, and it's evolved, but it's been an evolution, and I certainly wouldn't say anything that we have done represents a second generation. We're working on some things now, but we need to look, and remember, this committee is not just about dementia caregiving, it's about lifespan caregiving. We need to share more across our different groups of individuals who are providing care. The disability community in particularly is begging for information from the dementia community, because we are ahead in many ways in terms of designing interventions and getting programs out. Again, I hope you don't mind sharing stories of my family. I have a nephew who has three sons under the age of 10, and 2 of them have autism. And so I see him and his wife looking at what they're doing for their children and thinking, this is for the rest of our life. And what kind of support do they need? What kinds of programs do they need? And I ask him periodically about things like, well, do people do kind of like home assessments and everything? No mention of it, So we need to share what we've learned in dementia with the other groups who are providing family care, and we need to move on to a new generation. So where am I on time? I think I'm about 2 minutes, 3 minutes? Okay. So those are the recommendations. Some of you have probably seen them already. And now let's flip the page to the last deliverable that was mandated by the RAISE Act, and that is the caregiving strategy. So the caregiving strategy is building upon the recommendations that I just mentioned. And importantly, and this sounds subtle, but I think it comes across as meaningful. The recommendations have been reworded into outcomes of what it is that we want to see happen. And then under each of those now outcomes are specific actions that are identified as that could occur, could take place. And these strategies then become integrated into a more cohesive plan of how is it that we need to make area advancements in one goal that was identified, one of these big topic areas, to advance another. So for example, I just mentioned the idea of data infrastructure to get better information on the number of caregivers in the context of caregivers. That information is critically needed if we go all the way back to goal 1, our public health initiative of public outreach. We need to know who's caregiving, where they're caregiving, and to be able to effectively direct public campaigns to help people self-identify. So there's a lot of integration now that you will see in the national strategy where an outcome in one area is hopefully supporting a gain or a more positive outcome in another area. Importantly, there are a lot of very specific strategies that have been brought forth. Over 350 specific strategies have been brought forward by federal agencies. These are specific ideas, programs that the federal agencies are saying they can do within their current scope. So we are talking about a federal document, and we are talking about restrictions of how federal organizations are their mandates and their funding. So there are limitations here, but there's a great interest in this topic, and the federal agencies involved are doing a fantastic job. There's about another 150 recommendations that are directed towards state and local entities as well as the private sector. Those came from a number of different places, but a lot of them came from people like you attending some committee meetings and sending in ideas of what could be done. So the strategy is coming together, I think, in a way that brings forward very specific ideas, molds them into a highly integrated document that I think gives us, I hope, gives us a real roadmap forward. Here are some highlights that you'll see coming out in the national strategy. And by the way, the councils just had been editing the document up until Sunday at midnight before our edits were closed. And so I can't speak too specifically to what's in it, but generally I can tell you, these things that are going to be in the document. It now has to be reviewed again and then edited again and come up for a vote before it's released later this summer. But as you can see, some of the topics we've been talking about will be very prominent in the final strategy. Lastly, is that there are some cross-cutting themes or things that need to be considered regardless of what part of the national strategy we're talking about, what goal, what particular strategy we want to put forward. And again, I think these are issues that we tend to talk about in isolation, but we really, in the national strategy, want to bring light to the fact that these are absolutely fundamental to the ways in which we not only develop strategies, but in ways in which we work directly with families. So how do each of us in our own jobs be mindful of critical things in which we need to do for caregivers? First is the place, great emphasis on person and family centeredness. And again, Dale, if I can refer to your great comments this morning of, yes, we have to be very person-centered to know what is a person capable of if they have a mild cognitive impairment, and not throw them in a category that is with a label. That's not person-centered. Person-centered looks at the person and says, let's find what's right for you. Same for the family. A topic here that has been largely left out in previous caregiving research, and that is the impact of trauma. Trauma of the person who needs care and trauma to the larger family. We know this impacts families. It impacts the ability of certain family members to provide care. Going back to this idea of an assessment includes ability and willingness. Sometimes trauma of an earlier event makes it unlikely that a person can provide care. There are many, many reasons, but trauma exists in more families than I think we often want to talk about, and trauma impacts a family's ability to provide care. Of course, racial equity and support for underserved communities, it's a theme that we'll see throughout. We must be culturally sensitive. We know you can't separate family and culture. You can't separate caregiving and family. So why do we try to separate culture and caregiving? Can't do it. We have to be more sensitive and be respectful for cultures and look at those inequities that we now routinely see. And lastly, while this report is focused entirely on the family caregiver, we know the family caregiver is often dependent upon, sometimes dependent upon, almost always benefits from a direct service worker. And how do we protect direct care workers build that workforce, help develop that workforce, not only for care communities, which they're needed for, but also for in-home care and other care settings in which families benefit from having respite or having care from a professional. So Linda's going to speak here in a minute from, I think, Zoom, but before that, I want to play a video that was produced by the folks at NASHP and the Dissemination Center that gives you just some of the voices of the caregivers that are included in the many stories that you can find on the website, and stories that I think really paint the picture of why a national strategy is needed for our country. So you can start the.
I don't know that I would have said the word caregiver at the time. And I don't think I even knew the word advocate at the time, but I knew that I was in some special place. You have to know how to get information. You have to have some special support from people who knew how to navigate a particular system in order to be successful. And then you had to take what you learned from within that system and learn how to navigate it on your own. When Josh was born, he had what's called a grade 4 intraventricular hemorrhage. So he had bleeding inside of his brain and a little bit outside of the brain as well. And so it was pretty catastrophic. Grade 4 is the worst. And so as they kind of waited for that to resolve to see what the damage would be, we weren't given a very good prognosis. And Josh needs 24-hour hands-on care. You can't just think you're gonna sleep. He needs suctioning constantly. He's on 24-hour feedings. He needs to be turned. He's on an oximeter 24 hours. I mean, it's not like you can just say it's time to go to bed. It's not like that at all. We can be paid parents for Joshua, and we can also maybe pay family members to come in and care for Josh for those times where we don't have nurses. This is really important right now. That is so stabilizing, not only for our family, but just for society in general. And it allows me to more comfortably go out and do other things too, without worrying about it. And so just that one thing, you know, the ability to have my family come in and take care of Josh if I'm not here, to be able to train them, and then also have the same 2 nurses, a night nurse and a day nurse, be here for 5 years, just by having the flexibility in how I use the waiver money. It's huge.
Organizations that I mentioned earlier are listed there. So let me apologize. This has happened to me twice. The videos are out on YouTube and they're not staying real stable. So that was not the video I intended to play, but you get the point. Don't worry, Elma. This has happened before. It's a YouTube issue. There's a video kind of with this montage of faces on it, in which you hear a large diversity of people doing very brief commentary about their kind of caregiving experience. So that's what I was hoping we were going to see, but instead, maybe better, that you see we tend to, in this room, be very focused on dementia. But it is important to realize that the work of this committee is focused as broadly as on the case that you just heard and saw, that it's a woman who's caring for a child for 27 years. So when we think about chronic caregiving, we tend to think about dementia and the story of the patient who lives 10, 15, 20 years. But when we look at individuals caring for children, it can literally be a lifetime. So thank you all very much. And again, thanks to ACL, the Administration on Community Living, Johnny Hartford Foundation, NASHP, Leading Age, Community Catalysts, and the National Alliance for Caregiving, as well as many, many people in this room who attended meetings and sit-in comments and have been, as a whole, very supportive of the council, and much, much more important, supportive of these great teams at ACL and at NASHP. And I'm thankful I got to represent that work today. So we're going to do a couple of questions pretty quickly, and I'll be hanging around if I'm not answering your question to satisfaction, maybe you can grab me. One is an issue of how can state public health departments really get involved with bringing forth advancements that are noted in the national strategy. I think there are going to be multiple ways. As the strategy comes out, there's going to be very specific suggestions that are made. So I'm going to be a little bit ambiguous now because I can't quite reveal some of the things that are in there. But there's going to be a lot of statements that are made as directly as we can as a council of things that can be done and things that can be shared. The other issue is around, so a little bit of a punt there. Maybe you'll have me back next year when the document's out and we can really dig into the specifics, because there are specific things that you will find in there that we can collaborate on. I think the general we. The second is around, are there going to be toolkits or assistance and implementation of some of the ideas? There are some toolkits that are going to be referenced in the strategy. They are existing toolkits. Some of them you will be familiar with. Some of them are probably coming from agencies, maybe even some of the agencies that are represented in the room today. There is going to be a call for additional toolkits and implementation tools to be made. And there's going to be a call for some consensus building around critical issues like how do we better get caregivers identified in care settings. So again, the council can strongly suggest, can advise, can point a direction forward, but we don't have the ability to say this should be done by this agency. We can just kind of hopefully create a roadmap that some will take. With that in mind, there's some really important people in the audience today from some really important agencies and not-for-profits and and philanthropists and foundations that have already done great work in this area. And I'm going to ask all of you to really come back to the table as you have so often and help us move the field along with some good consensus building around these critical topics. So, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Let's take a few minutes break and come back at 10:15. Sounds good? Thank you.
Good morning. I'm really excited to be here. I am Jane Carmody, and I serve as the Senior Program Officer with the John A. Hartford Foundation. And I'm actually here to help support the panel and to support Megan Wolf, as she was not able to come in person today, but she's going to be speaking to us, and there she is. And so I'm going to help Megan support this great panel and do some facilitation. And Megan, I think I'll push your slides through, and you can go ahead and get started.
Sounds great. Thank you, Jane. Good to see you. And good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to be part of this panel, but even if it has to be virtual, I'm really sad that I couldn't be there with you, but I'm sure it has been an amazing conference so far. So as we were developing the focus and objectives of this panel, we wanted to be sure to provide you with some concrete examples of how public health departments are supporting caregivers for individuals living with dementia. I believe we've done that, and I hope that you'll all come away with some new strategies and ideas. Next slide, please. So before I turn the facilitation over to my friend Jane from the John A. Hartford Foundation, and thank you so much, Jane, for agreeing to be there in my place today, I wanted to provide just a little background on Trust for America's Health, or TIFA, and on the age-friendly public health systems work. TIFA is a Washington, D.C.-based public health policy research and advocacy nonprofit focused on improving the conditions for health so that every community and every person has the opportunity for optimal health and well-being. We publish reports, engage in federal advocacy, and lead national convenings to develop policy recommendations on our priority issues. These issues include emergency preparedness, public health funding and infrastructure, obesity and nutrition, substance use and suicide, and the health impacts of climate change, and of course, healthy aging. This has been a priority for TIFA since 2017, and we've been really gratified with the response from public health departments across the country in embracing this work. Next slide. So I pose this question: why should public health be age-friendly? To provide a little bit of grounding in our work and for the panel today. We all know that the older adult population is the fastest growing demographic, thanks to improvements in health and longevity and the aging of the baby boomer generation. This growth represents a public health success through the many population level prevention programs that have been implemented over the years. The many health needs of those of us who are or will soon be 65 are public health needs, and public health practitioners are experienced in the life course approach to health. Furthermore, public health is everywhere, as we've seen during the pandemic, in every state, every city, every county, and every community. So it just makes sense for public health departments and practitioners to join the healthy aging movement. Next slide. In recognition of these needs and the potential for public health engagement in older adult health, TIFA developed a framework for creating age-friendly public health systems that we call APHIS. This framework organizes the roles of public health into 6 categories, which we call the 6 C's framework. So the 6 C's are creating and leading policy systems and environmental changes, connecting and convening multi-sector stakeholders, coordinating existing supports and services, collecting, analyzing, and translating relevant data, communicating and translating that information to the public, complementing existing health promoting programs. So these are our 6 C's, and I think you may hear a little bit more from Dr. White about how they've incorporated the 6 C's framework into the work in Mississippi. But this framework really has been the foundation for age-friendly public health efforts in multiple states and localities. Next slide. And this will be my last slide. So with funding from and in partnership with the John A. Hartford Foundation, TIFA tested that 6 C's framework with a cohort of county health departments in Florida. The pilot resulted in the development of county level champions who led the implementation of policy and systems changes, including expansion of data collection, development of new partnerships on older adult needs, and incorporation of older adults in planning and assessments. Due to the success of the Florida pilot, we received another round of funding to spread this work into Mississippi and Washington. And again, you'll hopefully get to hear some of the great work happening in Mississippi today. And so these 2 states, Mississippi and Washington, and others as well, are taking really different but effective approaches to age-friendly public health. We work with many other states on a smaller scale, and we've developed an age-friendly public health system recognition program that honors all levels of engagement in healthy aging. So I'm going to stop here because I know you're anxious to hear about the actual strategies and some of the concrete examples that the panelists will share today. And I will turn this over to Dr. Carmody, our excellent panelists from Idaho, Mississippi, and Wisconsin to talk more specifically about their state health department efforts. So Jane, I will turn it over to you. Thank you so much for having me, and I look forward to the rest of the panel.
Well, thank you, Megan. We're going, okay. This has really been one of the best tech meetings I've been to, so congratulations to the tech people. Yay. As we do more and more of these in-person and hybrid. So I just will mention again, I am Jane Carmody with the Johnny Hartford Foundation. Our Vice President of Program was here yesterday on the Jumbotron introducing best practice caregiving. She also serves on the executive committee. So our foundation is committed to age-friendly health, to a serious illness, and to family caregiving. And I don't see I don't think any condition more than Alzheimer's and related dementias fits that intersection of those three priorities than dementia and then the work that we're doing here today. So I am here to help facilitate this great panel. Could you each go and introduce yourself, and then we'll have some discussion. Megan wanted this to be a real fireside chat discussion.
Sure. My name is Kristen Felton. I'm the dementia specialist in the Office on Aging at the State Department of Health Services for the state of Wisconsin.
Hi, I'm Keena White. I'm the principal investigator for the BOLD program and the state lead for age-friendly public health systems in Mississippi, and I'm the director for the Office of Community Health Improvement at the Mississippi State Department of Health.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Robb. I'm with the Department of Health and Welfare of Idaho. I am the program manager for the Alzheimer's disease and related dementias program, which is brand new to the state of Idaho as of last July. We're coming up on 1 year.
There you go. Congratulations. Well, we're going to start right off. And Megan, jump in any time if you see that you want to ask something else or something comes up or pops up in your mind. So one of the first things we want to discuss was the roles, and in general, it's been brought up many times today. What role does public health play in aging, in healthy aging, and supporting the health and well-being of older adults and caregivers? So you're each working in something like that. So who wants to start? Just down the line? Okay.
All right. I'm sitting here. I'll go first.
There you go.
So healthy aging really is a lifelong journey. And it seems that there is a division between public health and aging programs, which is really an artificial line that's only driven by funding. Public health and healthy aging are the same thing. So I want to talk about erasing some of those distinctions. Specifically, though, I'll talk about one of the things that we are working on in Wisconsin around lifelong healthy aging. And we are working closely with our Department of Public Instruction and have created a curriculum for middle and high school students around teaching the skill of advocacy around the topic of brain health. So it is a class, again, that can be from middle to high school. It can be taught in health class, it can be taught in consumer ed, in psychology class, in a variety of settings within the schools. The structure is a skills-based unit, and that skill is a wonderful pairing with brain health, and that's the skill of advocacy. So students will be taught how to speak up and advocate for themselves, for a friend or family member, on an issue within the community, with interpersonal advocacy as well. And once they have those skills, then they will break into small groups and go to 6 different stations where they will learn about different topics around brain health. They will learn what typical aging is, so that people really understand foundationally that memory loss and confusion are not just a normal part of aging. They are something that you should talk to your doctor about. Also a station on brain health and maintaining brain health, what nutrition and exercise and the roles of things that you can choose in your lifestyle, how those things can impact lifelong brain health as well. They also learn about dementia. What is dementia? What is not dementia? They learn about caregiving, family caregiving, and reducing that stigma. And this is a really big one because we all know that kids are family caregivers too. It doesn't matter how old they are. It could be taking care of a grandparent who comes to stay on weekends. It could be taking care of mom who has young onset. But kids are very much a part of that family caregiver picture. And wanting to call that out so that anyone in that class who may be in that position knows they're not alone and that they can reach out and receive support. Also, the fun part, music and the brain. Music is a really powerful thing around brain health and around mood, and it can be a very powerful motivator for everyone, but also for people who have a cognitive impairment. And it's also a great bridge for youth to be able to talk to their grandparents around a topic. Music crosses all generations. And the last is on brain injury prevention and concussions, and how to relate with somebody who has a brain injury. So looking at that lifelong approach for healthy aging starts with our youth. So that's one of the things that we are doing in Wisconsin.
Well, thank you so much, Kristen, because that's something people could just pick up and
Yes,
use anywhere.
it's available on our Department of Public Instruction website.
Nice, nice. And Dr. White.
Sure. So one of the things that I think about in terms of the role of public health in healthy aging is infrastructure. So in Mississippi, prior to the bold work and prior to age-friendly public health, we were and continue to be in some ways a very siloed public health agency. We're a centralized public health agency, and so our local departments have no independence. So everything that happens at the local level has to come from our state office. That can sometimes be a blessing, but it can also be a challenge when you're really trying to make changes within communities that vary from the northern part of the state to the central part and the southern part of the state. If you've ever been to Mississippi or you know anything about it, the Mississippi Delta is its own island, has its own challenges and its own uniqueness. But if you drive to our coastal area, we have a strong Vietnamese population. They have very different needs from our Delta population. We also have a federally recognized tribe, the Mississippi Band of Choctaw Indians, in our Appalachian area. So our state, while it's very rural, has a very unique geographical presence. When we were able to receive our age-friendly public health funding, in addition to BOLD, one of the things that I petitioned very early was to see if we could integrate our work with our state health improvement plan. This was a lofty goal. Did not think anyone in senior leadership would sort of accept the petition, but surprisingly, they did. So not only was I able to really look at public health from our state improvement plan, but we also tackled it along our public health accreditation work. So for any of your public health agencies who are either already accredited or going through reaccreditation, this is another great way to have public health at the table for healthy aging. So there were recommendations already to consider healthy aging in public health, but we were able to really create a unique opportunity for older adults to be a part of our statewide needs assessment, and we were able to really see some of the gaps that they had. We did utilize the 6 C's to develop for the first time in Mississippi our work plan for the entire state. We put together an advisory committee that was multi-sectoral. We have MDOT, which is our Department of Transportation. We have nutrition representatives. We have academia represented. We have our Alzheimer's Academic Medical Center team represented. We have our AAAs. It's a pretty broad representation of advocates who really want to make Mississippi an age-friendly state. Our state health officer will always say, we're an older population, but we're a very sickly population living for a very long time. And many of them want to retain in the workforce. So you can't assume that just because you're older, you're no longer going to be working in a productive individual. So we have to respect the understanding that many individuals who are aging want to age healthily in place. Many of them do not want to relocate to a facility. And so I think the role of public health is creating that safe space to create that livable community for older adults. And through our work with the BOLD plan and complementary with age-friendly public health, we've really been able to look at those determinants and identify the gaps in Mississippi. We have a ways to go, but the really exciting part for us is at our State Public Health Association conference in May, we had a room of 300 plus, and after we presented our work plan in collaboration with AARP, I had at least 20 other state advocates say, I want to be at the table. This is something that Mississippi needs, this is something we haven't had before, and something that Dr. Carmody and even Megan will say, funding has not been an issue. So we have an excess of funding, but most of our collaborations have not cost us anything but a phone call. We have been able to make some significant changes in our state that did not cost a dime. It simply cost collaboration and conversation. The other really exciting thing that I will say in terms of the role of public health is data. Public health has a great ability to collect data, translate data, and disseminate data. And currently, we're collaborating with the University of Massachusetts, Boston to create our first older adult healthy aging profiles. And excitingly, we're actually going to have, for the first time, Alzheimer's and dementia on that profile. Previously, the only categorical chronic disease programs that we've looked at were, of course, cancer, heart disease, diabetes, and the others. But Alzheimer's dementia has never really risen to the level of visibility for chronic disease discussion in Mississippi. But through our bold work, we're now having that at the table. So I think public health is that connector of so many different resources. And I think this is a great platform to continue having public health at the table.
And I know that you have a wonderful infographic and an action plan. Is that something that can be shared with others or not yet?
Yeah, it is. So we did, in Mississippi, we did take the age-friendly public health systems framework and created an infographic. And I don't know, Megan, if you'll have it to be able to share on the slide, but we do have an infographic, and our work plan is actually going to be released this week for public comment through our state public health association. So we've really used our partners to push our messaging out. Due to COVID, our health department directly has spent a lot of time focusing solely on COVID. So we've had to be innovative and work through partners to get some other work out, but we're hoping that our health department in and of itself can have more of a lead voice in this work. But in the meantime, I'm still knocking down doors and just getting partners to raise that visibility until we can get our own agency ready to have that presence.
Well, we appreciate your leadership. And now, Tiffany.
Thank you. So first of all, as I had mentioned, in the state of Idaho, we just were established last year within our public health department. So the beautiful work that Keena and Kristen have been doing, we really hope that we will get to be able to accomplish down the road. I do want to say that what role I see public health playing in Idaho. I feel that there's a lot of semantics around the idea of healthy aging. And the reality is healthy aging happens from the time we're born. So the reality is that public health has been helping and working in healthy aging this whole time. It's just that they don't see it that way. The reality is we're helping a child when they're young or just born, and we're passing them on to the next. We are helping them age healthily, which is super important for our public health professionals to realize that once they get to that stage of potential cognitive impairment, dementia, or Alzheimer's, that they've been already taken care of within the public health system. The other reason why it's important for our public health professionals to realize they've already been doing healthy aging work is because I think that's how we're going to be able to pull them in more when we try to get them on board for brain health and healthy aging when it comes to dementia and Alzheimer's work. That's how we'll be able to get them to adopt the idea of, yes, early childhood education is important. Why? Because it builds big brains. And we need those big brains because we want big brains when we're older. And we want big brains that work when we're older. And that's the same with our lungs for smoking and so on. I feel, unfortunately, that the brain has unfortunately been left behind. It's something we've taken advantage of and taken for granted, that it's just there, and we hope that it's there good and solid when we're in our 70s, 80s, and 90s. And probably, rightfully so, we didn't think about it because we weren't living always to our 70s, 80s, and 90s before. So I think that, again, that role of public health is to change the mindset of what that healthy aging is and how we're already involved and how that translates across the board. I feel that that will help with policy building. I hope that will help educate our policy makers and creators, and maybe they'll see that early childhood education is valuable for us a lot of different reasons, as well as a lot of different policies that maybe they're not completely 100% on board with. I think that other roles within public health that, that we have been doing. I'm going to say, I'm going to step back and say, I'm going to, just cut it off there because of the fact that we are new and we're still trying to figure it all out in Idaho.
Well, welcome to try it out and work on it.
And please forgive me, Idaho, because I know you've done great work before me.
Hey, Jane, if there's one thing I could add for public health and a role that just recently stuck out, and it speaks to the curriculum development, workforce training is something that I really do believe public health has excelled within in a number of different ways, emergency preparedness and response, just several other ways. I think public health has really empowered the workforce, even for non-clinicians. So we are actually onboarding community health workers within our state, and having individuals who may not have a clinical background and being able to provide them with workforce development capacity to really respond to some of the needs that we have. Again, we're a very rural state, so in some of the areas where we probably do not have geriatricians, allied health professionals, we have lay people that really have the skill set to be trained and provide either self-management support or other just needed resources. And even for caregivers, many individuals who become a caregiver, because I've recently was a caregiver to my mother, I had not had any official training. At all. I mean, I just happened to be with my mother in the emergency room when she received her pancreatic cancer diagnosis. But 2 years prior to her diagnosis, she was a caregiver for my grandmother who had dementia. So very shortly after she was a caregiver, I became her caregiver, and I would never want my children to be my caregiver, right? I want to be able to healthily age and then allow them the freedom of growing and maturing. So I think being able to provide workforce development support is something that public health has excelled and can continue to excel at a cost much cheaper than only training medical students and other higher level practitioners.
And thank you so much for that, because I think we do want to talk about caregivers and the work of public health in that area. I have been so struck by our mission moments and for the wonderful, courageous Dale and Sharon and Linda, all about their journey and their life and how important it is and how important the work that we are doing, and then also talking about caregivers. So you touched on it about caregivers. Can the others want to talk a little bit about what public health can do around caregiving?
Do you want to go first?
Sure, I'll go. So I'm going to talk about our dementia care specialist program. It is housed in our Aging and Disability Resource Centers, which are county-based agencies that are at no cost. They provide services starting at 17 and a half years old, so kids who are transitioning from the child system to the adult system, all the way till end of life. They provide information and assistance and help in navigating the different available public programs that are out there. They also provide Older Americans Act programming. So that is a great place for this position to sit, because people generally don't reach out to agencies because they have memory loss, right? They reach out to agencies because they need something. They need help with something. They need to sign mom up for Meals on Wheels because the last time they were home, it seems like she wasn't eating so well. So when our ADRC staff person goes out to do the paperwork in a home visit to begin the program, they notice some red flags, some perhaps forgetfulness or other things. And our first pillar of our dementia care specialist program is to have those frontline staff trained to provide memory screening in the community. It's something that we basically use to encourage individuals appropriately to have discussion with their physician. I often talk about this the same as having someone take your blood pressure. You get a blood pressure reading, what does that mean? It just means that's what your blood pressure is right now. But if it's elevated, you should talk to your doctor about those concerns. And it's the same sort of encouragement that happens with our screening program. And it happens also in health fairs. It happens when people come to the ADRC because they want to be screened. The reluctance to screening is not with people who want that kind of service. So we are able to help encourage connections to physicians for diagnosis. We also can provide information to family caregivers about available resources during that same visit. And our ADRC's first pillar is to be a dementia-capable agency. So staff are trained and they provide that memory screening program. Our second pillar is that our DCS act as catalysts to develop dementia-friendly communities. Dementia-friendly communities are so important for family caregivers as well as people living with the condition because isolation is very real. It's something that happens when people's friends, as we heard, don't know anymore how to go out to dinner or don't know what to do, so they fall away and people can become very isolated. So helping the communities to be able to become friendly in the sense that they are inclusive and welcoming to people who have a cognitive condition and their family caregivers, to engage them to remain active. Part of that is training businesses so that business staff at the local supper club or at any of the businesses that people go to as a part of their daily lives. Important businesses too, like banks and pharmacies. It's very important for the staff at these businesses to be able to recognize and know how to support people living with cognitive impairment and their family caregivers. Our third pillar is we've heard a lot about evidence-based programming. So our DCS are expected to provide 2 evidence-based or evidence-informed programs, one of which specifically for family caregivers. We have a menu of evidence-based programs that they can choose from. So they also provide, outside of that structured program, family meetings. And this is the bulk of the work that they do, is meeting with families. Often families wait until they're in a crisis moment and then reach out for help. So a lot of them spend time helping families get out of crisis and then to connect them with the resources and supports to avoid a crisis in the future. So again, I'm in the Office on Aging, but our office is within the Division of Public Health. And I know that's a unique setup, but it really has been very beneficial.
Thank you so much because we have worked with Wisconsin before and we were so impressed that you had already put them together and it already made sense, right, from the beginning. I did want to ask you, so dementia care specialists are lay people within the community or they're part of your team?
They're staff at the Aging and Disability
Gotcha.
Resource Centers,
Gotcha.
so they are professionals.
So then the Friends of Dementia Friendly America, where lay people can become friends, get a little training is kind of a different thing. They could utilize them.
That is a different thing, yes.
I just want to clarify. Thank you. Tiffany.
Okay, so what is, with us and caregivers, I think that the beautiful thing is my work before coming to the Department of Health and Welfare and in public health was actually in assisting over at one of our local universities, a family caregiver navigation program. And this was based out of our Center for the Study of Aging, utilizing the T-Care or Tailored Care assessment software. The beautiful thing with that opportunity is that we were able to take caregiving and look at it as a lifespan concern. Something that I think, just was a great experience. It allowed me to build partnerships with our aging population, aging stakeholders, as well as our disability stakeholders, and so on. Just beautiful slew of stakeholders that I was able to connect with. And with that, what I learned and what I've carried on to this new work within the Division of Public Health is the fact that I'm champion for the caregivers, because as we know in public health, we do tend to focus on a disease and the person with the diagnoses. And we forget about the person who's championing and carrying along and helping making those decisions, who's taking time out of work, and who honestly is a potential candidate for every one of the diseases that we're trying to prevent. And so with that, one of the biggest things that I think is so important, and in the small work that I'm doing right now, is educating each of our public health programs, the public health program managers and the staff, on how do you help identify a caregiver within your population? Are we taking care of that mom who has a child that requires significant amount of care? Because if she's not taken care of, she's going to probably maybe make poor decisions, health choices that will impact her and her health. And then unfortunately, she ends up becoming a candidate for my work. And I don't want her to be. So we need to take in and look, or take into account the caregiver much earlier than when they become a dementia caregiver, so that we can do that upstream work in public health, which I think is so important. Again, when I grow up, I do want to be like Kina and Kristen with their programs. I hope that I get to be in developing some wonderful programs for our state. But my biggest goal really is to get people to see those caregivers much earlier. And also, I think that something that was mentioned earlier is we have to stop worrying about getting the caregiver checked through the system quickly. It can't be a 5-minute questionnaire just to get them through and see if they qualify for services and supports. Many people have come up and questioned the reason why I've utilized in the past the T-Care model, which consists of a significant amount of questions. Caregivers don't have the time, Tiffany. They don't have the time to spend on the phone talking to you and answering these questions. They don't want to answer these questions. That's not the case. Give a caregiver 15 minutes, and if you open the floor for them to share their story, they'll take an hour of your time, because people don't give them the time. And you'll find that you, as a stranger on the other end of the phone, are actually probably a very safe person for them to share their story with, because maybe they don't feel comfortable sharing that caregiver frustration with their spouse or with their child, and you're the stranger that can absorb that for them. I think we've got to start treating that caregiver as a whole person as well, and somebody who impacts the health of that patient much more than a healthcare provider. I think those caregivers need to be on the pedestals.
Thank you so much, and so do we. You know, it's just so interesting here. We've got someone with a fairly, Wisconsin with a fairly mature, maybe almost mature. And then we've got Dr. White in Mississippi, who's really started and got a year or two. And then we've got you that you said are just beginning. So, you know, health departments that are at all stages, all over the country. So it's great to have a representation. You know, that Megan's pretty smart in putting together this right group. Right. So I think the beauty that we've heard in this last couple of days is that we do have evidence-based programs that have already been put together through best practice caregiving, and David and Donna and Rachel presented that yesterday, which can be help, as well as the RAISE Act. Think of all those wonderful strategies that were presented this morning by Alan and discussed. So you don't have to start, like as Dr. Wright would always say, you don't have to start from scratch. You don't have to start, you have to just kind of pull together what's there. So maybe as we finalize, and then maybe have some questions from the audience or from the Zoom team. So we talked a little bit about how we got started and what you did, but maybe a little more clearly, just the initial steps in thinking about healthy aging and thinking about your focus on people living with dementia and their caregivers. So maybe a little bit of how you got started, and whoever wants to start that one.
Sure, I can start this one. So I will say that one of the things that we did, so we were funded simultaneously for BOLD and for age-friendly public health work. And so there was the Boomer model that Megan shared with us, and there were a couple of other assessments that we looked at from ASTO, the Association for Territorial Health Departments. And so one of the things that we did was we had our Learning and Action Network, which was consistent of public health directors from multiple departments within our agency. We pulled them all together. All of them who we assumed or suspected had either a service or a program that addressed older adults or individuals that potentially had Alzheimer's or dementia. And we simply asked them, what are you currently doing? And the reason we did that is something that I've said quite consistently over the last 2 years. Our work in healthy aging is to be complementary and supplementary, not competitive. We do have a separate division of aging and human services. So we don't have the pleasure of having both in one area, right? We're very separate. And so I needed to understand from a public health standpoint what we thought we were already doing. And then I reached out to my Department of Human Services colleagues and I asked them what are they doing and what do they assume we're doing. So I think sometimes we think we have a specific role in the community, but if you were to ask a partner, they may see you differently. And that's exactly how our Human Services Division saw public health. They really did not see public health having a role in aging. They really only thought that our role was COVID response or data dissemination or maternal child health and being able to work with healthy moms and healthy babies and PRAMs and premise. Those were the roles that they really thought public health had a seat at the table, not really addressing healthy aging, given that the Older Americans Act funding is at the Department of Human Services, the AAAs are at the Department of Human Services. Once we sat at the table together, we realized how much funding crosses each other. Our office works with every AAA in the state. We provide chronic disease self-management support. We provide diabetes self-management support. We implement Walk with Ease arthritis program. We implement a Matter of Balance. We implement bingo size fall prevention. So we realize that we do so much work collaboratively but siloed. And this gave us a great opportunity to break that away. So the first step, I would say, is a conversation, not an assumption. Have a conversation with your partners because you may think that they see you a certain way and you may see them a certain way, but there's so much value added benefit to a simple conversation. And then the other piece that I would say is really ask what the commitment from your senior leadership is within your agency. And the reason I say ask up front is because if you really don't have a high level of dedication to some of the healthy aging work, you may run in circles where you're trying to work on policy when policy may not be your best first step. Your best first step may be community engagement. In Mississippi, sometimes boots on the ground work can move a lot faster than the closed door boardroom conversations. And we've been able to move a lot of our work without striking a pen for policy. For the first time ever during Older Americans Month, Mississippi had our governor sign a proclamation for age-friendly Mississippi in May. That's huge. We were able to get our information for our work plan sent out to 70,000 plus AARP subscribers just through partnerships. So first, I would say, ask your team, have the conversation, look at your data and see who you're serving and why you're serving them. And then beyond that, I would really say just take a breath because healthy aging across the life course can be very overwhelming, very overwhelming. So just taking a breath and sort of looking at it one piece at a time.
Thank you so much. And why don't we go to Kristen next and talk about Wisconsin. I was just telling her that Megan, I think, was one of the first conferences that we presented with Wisconsin about their already merging aging and health department. So maybe we can talk a little bit about that, Kristen.
Sure. We really got a big boost in getting started by receiving grants. So grants from the administration the Administration for Community Living really helped lay the foundation for a lot of what we were able to do. I would also say that it's important to try and be proactive in planning for opportunities that may not be happening right now. If you wait for the opportunity and then have to respond to it once it makes itself available, you are going to be on your back foot. So think about what you want to do, even if you're not able to do it right now, to be ready for when that opportunity presents itself for you to be able to take that plan into action. So, and I would also say chronic disease section in our Division of Public Health, all of them are risk factors for dementia. So work with your chronic disease section and your aging section together because those things go together.
Thank you so much. And Tiffany, a little more about you just getting started.
Yeah, so
even though we've just got started in Idaho within the Division of Public Health, Alzheimer's and dementia work has been going on for a very long time in Idaho. We do have a state plan that was started and put into act in 2013. There has been significant work, and as Kina had said, with her state in Idaho, our state of aging or unit on aging is separated from the Division of Public Health. So something that's very important that we do in our state is we walk arm in arm together as dementia-capable state agencies. We have to, so that we can go for the funding that's needed, and we have to partner with each other, learning to dance together, not stepping on toes. I love, Kina, what you had said. It was perfect with the fact that this is not a competition. We are there to complement each other in the services and supports that we do. I do want to say that, you know, even though, again, we are a new state in the Division of Public Health addressing this, in our area agencies on aging, we do have dementia-capable specialists who are there and who are providing those supports and services. The unfortunate part is that a 40-some-year-old who's looking for those supports and services probably knows nothing about the area agency on aging. Mm-hmm. And so that, I think, going back to that role of public health, is helping to educate us 40-some, almost 50-somes, but our 30-some-year-olds and our 20-some-year-olds about those aging services and supports that are available to them. So I do want to make sure I give that credit to all of our Idaho workers who have I am standing on their shoulders today with the work I get to accomplish.
Yes. Well, thank you so much. I think what we'll do, I'm going to ask Megan if she has anything to add, and then we can open for some questions if they're coming in on Zoom or here. And then at the end, why don't we each give you a minute or two just to kind of sum. I've heard some amazing things today, like conversations, not assumptions. You know, to be ready when the opportunity presents itself, and you know, starting with what you have and where you're at, the dedication that's already there. So, Megan, any things to add?
So I just want to applaud the leadership of the people on the panel there today, Kristen and Kina and Tiffany. Just love everything that you all are doing and appreciate it. And you know, I think what you all have shared today goes to show that it doesn't matter where a state agency is, where a state public health department is in their healthy aging journey or their dementia caregiving journey. It just takes, you know, a first step or a first call. So just really applaud your leadership. No further questions.
All right, thank you so much, Megan. No more time. That's just, no more time for questions, we're done. Is that what you're saying?
We do have time
for questions. Yeah, we're done. We're ready for questions.
Good. Well, I'm going to start with one for Kristen and other panelists who might here. Maybe also for Kina and Tiffany. Can you speak to how a public health system helps to implement an evidence-based intervention for dementia caregiving? So does the public health agency refer or connect to the community organization already delivering the intervention, or does the public health agency itself implement the intervention?
So I can speak for Mississippi. So did you all hear the question?
Yeah, why don't you repeat it? Just make sure.
So the question was, does public health connect or refer individuals for these interventions and resources and support, or does the public health agency actually deliver the interventions themselves? For Mississippi, we have very few direct services that we provide, and so we serve as a great connector and referral to others. In Mississippi, we have something called the Mississippi Access to Care Network that is led by our Division of Aging and Adult Services, and within our public health department, we ensure that we refer all individuals across the state to a AAA MAC center that provides any resources that they need. So we serve as a connector and a referral, but that's just for Mississippi.
Nice.
So, I'm sorry. So our Aging and Disability Resource Centers are separate agencies from our local public health departments. They do work closely together in partnership, but the ADRCs have the dementia care specialist position that provides that caregiver support directly.
Okay, thank you.
And in Idaho, at this point, because we are new, we're still trying to figure out what we will be doing. And so at this point, we are providing those referrals over to the service providers who can help them, but also taking note and keeping track of how successful that referral process has been or is not.
Thank you so much. Did we have other questions, Elma?
Yeah, we do have a couple more. This is for Kristen. Can you share a little about the process of establishing the Dementia Care Specialist Program? So how is it funded, the annual fiscal impact it has, and what advice would you give states interested in this approach?
Yes.
Okay, repeat it.
So there was a question about, I believe, how the DCS program got started, what its purpose is.
Yeah,
and
the impact
advice
it
to other
has and
states. So
advice.
the Dementia Care Specialist program was actually the result of a series of events that happened. Part of it was the Administration for Community Living Grants that I had mentioned before. They had a requirement for sustainability, and I wasn't quite sure how I was going to do that. We had an opportunity open up through the legislature to be able to make recommendations for ways to save money within the Medicaid program. And at that time, one of the evidence-based programs was the NYUCI, which, as people may know, has a 18-month on average delayed placement in a facility for the person with dementia when the caregiver is supported using that model. And it was hanging our hat on that delayed institutionalization of the person, saving Medicaid dollars, that helped this to move forward into, from a pilot into an actual program. And it took us almost 10 years to go from that pilot to the statewide program that it is today. We just went statewide in the last biennium.
Wow, wow. Congratulations on that. That was great. Yeah.
Thank you. One more.
One more
this
question.
One is
all right.
from, we might have time for a few more, but I just have one more
Okay.
here. From our Minnesota team here. Can somebody talk about the difference between the AARP network of age-friendly state and communities and the age-friendly public health system network?
So Megan probably could do a much better job.
yeah,
Megan,
yeah.
would you like to start? And then I can
Yeah.
talk about sort of at a state level what we're doing that shows the distinction between the two.
And then we can, Megan, we can also mention age-friendly health systems, which is, the three.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So all three of these movements, I'll call them, are kind of set in different sectors. So the AARP Age-Friendly Communities movement or initiative is really focused on communities and states and their 8 domains of livability. And it is a process. It's a 5-year process, which starts with a survey and development of an action plan that requires buy-in from municipal leaders. But again, it really is focused on the livability of a community and state. The Age-Friendly Public Health Systems Initiative really is focused on expanding the role of public health departments at the state or local or city level in healthy aging, and with things like creating collaborations, data collection and analysis with regard to older adults. But it really is a public health focused initiative. And then Age-Friendly Health Systems is another initiative that is focused on creating age friendliness within a hospital or hospital system, where they have developed a framework, the Forums framework, that is evidence-based on ensuring what matters to older adults is really at the center of what a hospital does. So there are 3 different types of initiatives focused on different sectors, but we're trying to find ways to align them, right, Jane? So we're working really hard to align within the age-friendly ecosystem.
Right. Our foundation president said, how can you have an age-friendly community if your health systems, aren't age-friendly? So it's hospitals and physician clinics, provider clinics, nursing homes, and even 1,200 CVS retail clinics across the country are all committed to being age-friendly. So we're excited about this age-friendly approach for both for public health, although it has to have a different framework, as well as for age-friendly communities. And wherever these all three work together makes a great age-friendly world for people to live in. And the foundation is also working very closely on kind of pulling those together.
And I will add too, on the AARP's website, there was a report, I believe it's entitled Better Together, where it actually shows the alignment between age-friendly communities and dementia-friendly communities. And in Mississippi, one of the strategies that we're utilizing, since we currently have 0 dementia-friendly communities, but 5 recognized age-friendly communities, is we're collaborating with AARP to aggressively work to adopt both within the same community, so that instead of duplicating resources, we can share resources. Because if you look at the domains of livability and you look at what's needed for dementia-friendly, they're very closely aligned. And so since we have limited resources, we're actually tag teaming to do that with our age-friendly public health work.
Nice.
So there is a space for dementia-friendly communities within this same work.
Nice, very nice. So more questions, or do we have time for the team here, this great team, to finalize?
Actually, Tina already answered what I was going to read next.
Oh, okay.
The relationship, the intersection between age-friendly public health systems and the dementia-friendly.
There you go.
So,
Yes, absolutely. I would say yes. We have been able to really, with a lot of the support from TIFA and the John A. Hart Foundation, we've been able to lead the conversation with age-friendly public health, but once we're at the table, we realize there are so many similarities, and where there are weaknesses, public health can step up where we're looking at our community health needs assessments, because we conduct those frequently. We conduct environmental scans. Those are the things that we do often. And then where AARP and the dementia-friendly side comes in is they really look at the livability side and looking at the livability index, access to care, transportation needs, etc. So we complement each other. Where we may have a weakness, they have a strength, and vice versa. So we give each other a shared space.
There goes your complementary again, right? Complementary. Yeah, that's exactly right. One of the efforts of the foundation, of course, is to help people stay in their community and stay at home. Older people, our whole mission is improving care and health of older adults. And we do and have worked with U.S. Aging. If people don't remember the new name, although it's been around now for a year, a National Association of Area Agencies on Aging, N4A, which is now U.S. Aging. And we've supported them to years to strengthen community-based organizations so that their services are there when people need them. And of course, all of those kind of work together in our work. So, shall we finalize then, Elma, or did you have other?
well, we have one more in
One more?
person. We don't have any. We have more. Give me just a second.
Did she say yes? Or? Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, but then why don't we
Can
each have
you-
a, oh, no. She got a.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you talk about how you communicate about aging and how TIFA has worked with the Reframing Aging initiative?
Oh, that's a good one. Megan, did you hear that?
I
We
did.
all work with reframing aging because we all want to eliminate ageism, but TIFA's done an amazing job there.
Yeah, so we really appreciate what the Reframing Aging initiative has been working on to educate and raise awareness about what ageism is and the importance of recognizing the value of older adults, but really what they're really good at is how do we communicate about older adults. And so we have engaged with the Gerontological Society of America, which houses the Reframing Aging work, to conduct some of our public health trainings, and we have those on our website, and I can share that in the chat as well. But yeah, just real quick, we support Reframing Aging and encourage everyone to learn how to communicate better about the value of our older adult population.
Thank you so much, Megan.
Hey,
We do
Jane.
think ageism is at the foundation of a lot of policy that isn't happening.
I want to give a shout out to Trish. She probably doesn't want me to give her a shout out, but Trish is in the room from the Gerontological Society. If she could stand up, Trish actually gave a wonderful reframing webinar in Mississippi when we were first funded. So she brought reframing to Mississippi for our team to really better understand how to communicate in this work.
And I think that's something that Tifa and Megan has done, and that is recognizing that really, and when I start a presentation, I always start with ageism and reframing aging, because that's really kind of, you got to kind of start with a common understanding there. So Megan has used it to really, when she starts with any state or in her own training that they do every month on age-friendly public health systems, they started a lot with reframing aging. So great place to look up, yeah. And so I think we're going to finalize now. All right. Why don't we just start down with you, Tiffany, and we'll just say a few words, the final thoughts you want to leave with the group.
Ooh. So some final thoughts. Oh gosh, if you find yourself new in the situation as I have, lean on all the expertise that is available to you, whether that be nationally or locally. I tend to be an egoic person, but I have known in my older age and embracing my gray that I lean on the people who are the experts in the room. They are the ones who can stand up and guide me. I learn from them, and then we can build a stronger, more sustainable program, of which I look forward to in our state. And again, although we are a separate agency from our state agency on aging, as Kina had said, it is so important that you walk alongside, that you complement each other, and that you don't compete, because there are enough people within your population that you all have to serve and get those resources and supports out to.
Well said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. White.
Sure. Just to expound upon what Tiffany had said, I think one of the, and it's actually at the bottom of my email signature, is just be kind, for everyone is fighting a battle that you know nothing about. I think we're all in a battle, whether it's for dementia caregiving, whether it's for policy support, funding support, as Kristen mentioned about having capacity and building capacity even without funding, so that you are positioned to really expand when the opportunity presents itself. That's something that we've learned. And really not being afraid to make a phone call, not being afraid to reach out to someone who may be more experienced or have a personal testimony that can really help someone else. As Tiffany mentioned, she brought Kleenex up here with her. Some of these testimonials from this conference have been so life-altering, because it really puts into perspective the work that we do. And sometimes in public health, well, most of the time, we're not there for the funding, for the salaries.
Exactly.
We're there for the passion and the work and the service, right? And so sometimes you lose sight of it when you're in the trenches, but listening to the testimonials, it sort of re-engages that mojo that's needed to keep pushing.
Yeah, thank you so much, and Kristen.
And I would just say, for people getting started, just start somewhere, pick one thing, pick something that'll be easy to be successful at, and get those easy early wins under your belt. Don't feel like you need to take on everything throughout the entire spectrum of dementia and family caregiving and do it all at once, because there's no way. So pick something, start somewhere easy, just start somewhere.
Thank you so much. So wonderful. In the presence of greatness here throughout the group here too. Megan, final words and take us home.
I just want to share a comment that was just posted in the chat. The collaborative, compassionate, and courageous ethos of this panel is really impressive. Thanks for all the hard work, and my heart goes out, and many thanks to all of you. And thank you, Jane, so much. Great job.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. And we're ready for the next session.
Great job, ladies.
Can go up.
No, good.
You're looking good. Are you ready to go?
Yep. That's my first slide.
Perfect. All right, it's advanced. Perfect. All right, okay. Get that up.
Thank you. Okay. Halito, Chimma Chukma. Saho Chafa Jonil Henderson, Chata Si Hoke. And I'm saying hello to you and asking if you're hoping that you're doing okay. And I'm Neil Henderson. I'm an enrolled voting member of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. And last, Sipokni Yokoke, and that is a thanks to elders for all of the wisdom they have and that they share with us, and that we are working together to be sure that that wisdom remains and continues on through them and to the children. I have to confess something here, and it is that I am a little frustrated, maybe a lot frustrated, with this topic. And I've been doing this for 30 plus years, and here we are still yet again chatting about inequities and disparities. So what's going on? What are we missing? And first of all, it's not them. That's not the problem. It is more than one thing, and it's actually a lot of things. And one way to begin to get a handle on understanding why we continue to talk is that we need to ask ourselves some questions about our personal and professional and political assumptions, and what has that blinded us to, in spite of our good intentions. And here, by the way, political, I don't mean how somebody votes. I'm talking about power structures within the organization and across organizations and agencies. And then I think if we had an answer cloud, one of the things that we seldom think about, it seems, is our own internal organizational cultures. What are the issues that take place there? It is an intercultural process, not just them out there that have culture and we're going to go figure that out and fix them, but our own inside. So I want to tell you sort of a real-life story of how this organizational culture can work, in this case, work against us. And it has to do, I'm going to broaden it by saying NIH rather than specific institutes, but it does involve specific institutes. And when I write a grant proposal to them and elsewhere, we have to write, of course, the human subjects protection part that will pass review. If funded, then the university takes over as an IRB and reviews. We have to pass that, and it is an iterative process. It's never just we get it the first time, it seems like. But only when we're working with sovereign nations do we then have an additional IRB at the tribal level. And then the tribal IRB iterative process sometimes then begins to interact with the university process. The result is we write a proposal that has a protocol that lasts 5 years. It takes 5 years to get to where we want the answers to be. And because of the multi-levels of IRBs, we often cannot collect the first shred of data for 13 to 14 months after the start of funding. So our 5-year protocol with Native people is now squeezed into less than 4 years and still expected to come out with high-quality research. So I have mentioned this until I'm blue in the face to the authorities, and the response always is, well, our forms are designed for 5 years, and to change that is just unthinkable. And of course we can have an extension called a no-cost extension, and so that's not exactly the solution. So here's a case where the reality of life in Native communities did not please the institutional system, apparently. And so we are still acting that out. And I'm going to skip through these items there to bring us here. So having done this for a long time now, this issue of dealing with aging and dementia and caregiving in Native populations, heard a lot of comments and thoughts about this, one of which is this perspective. If we just knew more about American Indians and Alaska Natives, we could help them fix their problems. And of course, that reflects an unstated assumption that the persistence of the problem is out there, located out there. It's not in my office. It's not in my agency, as the problem remains out there. Another one is, I'm not biased. I've read about natives and their plight. And this has, it's a persistence of the us-them false dichotomy, and that it doesn't allow for the asset approach. It's all deficit approach. There's a plight. And of course there are needs, but there are also many, many strengths across Native communities. And the last one is something I think that's very helpful, seriously very helpful, and it is this: the concept that others, unlike us, are not failed attempts at being us. They're quite successful at being themselves. And consider this perspective, and that is, we are the other to them. So if there is an organizational issue to deal with, what could that possibly be? How could we be contributing to the problem? Well, one of the things is that we all, of course, work in rigid bureaucratic systems, but rather than being absolutely controlled and contained by them, we do know from institutional studies that there are niches within the rigid system that allows for real things and real people to operate. We have to look for them and act on them. We also use bean counting accountability, which is a proxy, which means a substitute for real and difficult to measure matters. We will sit at the desk and decide what we're going to consider the indicators of how good we've done to this community, sitting at the desktop. And we are all constrained by grant time cycles. Like I say, we live and work in Grantland, USA. And that is an important macro culture for those doing this kind of work. We come up with intervention protocols and outcomes that we imagine, and we write before collaboration, and we write before funding. And the issue is that reality is typically not going to end up being what we imagined when we were writing this as long as 6 years before the end of the grant. And so we want, of course, quick results, huge results. And I think collectively, this means that we are ensnared in an organizational cult of numbers and fast results. And I literally mean that, a cult of numbers and fast results. Of course we have to have numbers. Of course we have to have deadlines and all of that. It is when it takes over and governs our actions in ways that defeat the actual mission that we want to accomplish is when those things, I think, get to be a real problem. So what do we do? What we're seeing here is a web of causation model. It's like Dr. Gogler mentioned on day one, the socio-ecological model of public health. This is a web of causation approach. This is a heart disease one. I just picked this out because it shows up easily. Heart disease is in the middle. Notice there's not just one thing. It's not just cholesterol. It's not just inactivity, but a multitude of things. And so it would make us tend to think, well, we can't do all that. We can't deal with all that. It's too messy. Reality is something we're just going to have to pretend doesn't exist. But actually, those rectangles are targets. They're targets for tweaking and targets for modification. And maybe just 3 out of this web that is out there would be something that would incrementally give us more product at the end. So we have to admit, there is not a checkbox list that will open up the doors to Indian country and all of the wonderful things that we have to offer. This is something of a list of all of the factors that come in a web of causation of real communities, real people, real families. And again, it can be overwhelming, but think of them as targets. Assess those targets for modifiability toward benefit. So, first of all, I think acknowledging that Native people have and deserve dignity, real human dignity, not just targets for intervention, not just interesting people. I've heard many researchers come to me and say, you know, this would really be interesting if I could find out what this molecule does in Native people. It might be, but it's also, we need to ask what benefit is there going to be from that. People can go to the websites, go to the tribal websites. It will show you under health programs and social services at least a menu of the formal structure of what is there to, and names to communicate with. And so I heard from the previous panel, you know, talk on the phone, not just email and text. There's a degree of personalism that is expected, I think, that is the opposite of remote communications. And of course, we all live now with email and texting, and those can be very important. It's not that you never use that, but it is important to make an effort in person and ask, is there an interest in working on whatever the current funding stream is? Is this something that makes any sense? And if it doesn't, it doesn't. You can meet other people, have committees, and it might be that you're bringing something there that people had just not thought of yet, but oh, this will work. Go there yourself. Leave the desk. To ask them to come to the big brick building in the sky is something that could happen later on, perhaps. But this is an issue because typically tribal headquarters and complexes are not next door to the university. And they are literally hours away many times, one way. And yet, the respect that it indicates, the value that it indicates to the Native people is extremely important. And it should be real, willing to do that multiple times. What if we set aside our professional personas and pomposity and conducted ourselves in ways in which you have an actual human relationship with the authorities at the tribe and the tribal members? And I have, since we all have lived lives of committee meetings and so forth, a long time ago it just occurred to me that at the beginning of meetings, this particular grouping of people, I would do sort of a mental checklist of who's around the table, and I would come up with my own personal silent pomposity index, I called it. The pomposity index helps with communications in the committee meeting. And this is another important thing. Give something, offer something, free help, in-service training, anything rather than just take time, take people, take blood, take surveys. Give and give. Then the issue here is of time. It takes time to develop a relationship. What if we had to educate our supervisors and their supervisors, that this approach of developing actual community relationships is something that can't be done overnight? So if I plant a tomato seed, tomorrow morning I'm not going to see a tomato plant. It's going to take some time. So here are some things, though, about Native caregiving, just briefly, so you see kind of a cultural picture, a different way of looking at dementia. So it's taking place in a context, a cultural context, that is the dementia, the caregiving. The location is going to likely be different from where you work. There's resources. Medical pluralism means that we've got biomedicine knowledge and cultural knowledge to explain health and disease and treatment. Kinship may help define who resource caregivers are going to be in the family and across families. Elders are highly valued, so a caregiver may not be very willing to go to respite care or use respite care even if it's available. It feels that they would feel guilty doing that. The beliefs about causation that influence the ways in which cognitive impairment is assigned value. We've heard about stigma across the meeting. And I would offer one other angle on this, and that there are ways of looking at dementia, and particularly hallucinations, that are not pathologized, that it really is the affected person looking into the other side before dying, before their body gets there, and describing to the others that they're real people over there. Our ancestors are there, names, favorite horses, in fact, gardens. These are all things these ears have heard. And the family will say it this way. For example, Grandma sees things we don't, which is real different than saying she sees things that aren't there. So the neurological version is these are hallucinations, we might want to think about treatment or not. And the cultural one is one that has a little bit of a positive valence to it. This person is showing us something that is awesome. What if we thought of caregiving as a ceremony of care to elders? We have lists of pleasant activities in the gerontological literature, and those are great, and we can ask tribal communities, how would these work? Which ones would work, and which ones would work best? And so here's the last slide. To connect with them, first look in the mirror. It's an intercultural process. We bring our culture and our organizational culture to the mix. What if some of that rigidity of the organization and bureaucracy was changed, tested, modified, just bent a little bit? And last, action. What if we got to a place where there were no more hollow rituals at conferences masquerading as sufficient concern? Yokoke Lawa? Thank you, Vach.
Somebody help me with the deck. Oh, am I following you? Emma, can I get a technician to help me bring the slides up?
I think he's on his way. Thank you, Dave. Sorry, Dr. Soon.
Well, good morning. While we're waiting for the slide to show up, I'm Fei Sun. I'm a professor with Michigan State University. Really appreciate the center's invitation to have the opportunity to share my experience and work.
Or is it this one?
Yeah. This is to share my experience work with dementia family caregivers from Asian background. To start with, I would like to ask a couple of easy questions, just by show of your hands. So how many of you have worked with a dementia patient from Asian background in your daily work? Great. How many of you have known someone who is a friend or just know someone who is from Asian background? Wow. How many of you have been to an Asian restaurant? Oh, I saw more hands up each time, right? So at least looks like you have more exposure to Asian culture or slash food than individual Asian people. Or in other words, you may have more interaction or contact with Asian people in your daily life than in your work, right? So when Dr. Henderson and I were put together, are placed together in this panel, I couldn't help but wonder, is there a connection between Asians and Native Americans? How they are alike? Like yesterday when Dr. Johnson and Dr. Medina talked about African Americans and Latinos, they summarized in the end of their presentation a very nice slide, summarize the differences and commonalities between the two groups. Unfortunately, we do not have a slide. So hopefully throughout this conversation, we can all together find out the difference and commonalities between these two groups. I probably, for the sake of time, I probably skip some of the slides. Asians in this country, there are over 20 million people who are from Asian background, but they only account for 6 or less than 6% of the total population. That's why it's counting for the invisibility of them. I suppose most of you work in the healthcare, public health, or social service system, but the invisibility for Asian families in the former system is a common issue. So kind of can be contributable to the low percentage of the total population size, right? But why we still need to pay attention to this population? Another important factor is the rapid growth rate. Just between 2010 to 2020, over the past decade, the rapid growth rate for Asians is increased by 35% in percentage, which makes them the first or the rapidest population with the rapidest growth rate. Another reason we need to pay attention to this population is for the elder groups. Over 85 of them were not born in this country. And over 2 out of 3 couldn't speak English well. They have language barriers. Just suppose, imagine yourself suddenly could not speak or communicate. So those are the reasons we need to pay attention to the Asian Americans. Just looking at this chart, on the surface, when you look at the chart, your attention probably is only focused on this, the columns on the left side, the non-Hispanic Caucasians. Although over the decades, their percentage in population decreased, but Asian Americans increased by 35%. The second group is Native Americans by 22%. And the third group is Latinos. You probably can see Latinos because their volume in population size still quite significant. That's why even though they have rapid growth rate, they still tend to be invisible in policy making and service delivery, just like we saw this chart. So as service providers or community workers, how can we make them visible? How can we bring visibility to them? Like yesterday, Dr. Bass mentioned the 44 evidence-informed dementia caregiving programs. I looked it up, guess what? There's none, there's 0 solely developed based on Asian Americans. There's 2 for Latinos, 1 for African Americans. But I do not suppose we should reinvent the wheels, as most of the programs can be adapted. That's the theme of this panel, can be adapted to benefit Asian Americans. So I will skip some of the characteristics of Asian Americans in the United States. Just a quick overview. Those are the 6 groups with the largest percentage: Chinese, Asian Indians, and Filipinos are the top 3. But I also want to highlight Asians are such heterogeneous groups, like the Latino groups. They're coming from over 20 countries, speak more than 40 different languages. Even for those only accounts for less than 1% or 2% of the total Asian population, they have experienced a rapid growth rate. I want to highlight Bangladesh, Thai, and Hmong population. Those 3 groups are growing very fast. I know in Minnesota, you have a large, sizable, Hmong population. So the current dementia caregiving intervention, or even our literature, is guided through the stress coping model, probably most of you are familiar with. The common stressors for dementia caregiving coming from the needs from the care recipients, mostly tied to their ADL assistance. How do you feed people, bathe them, or tied to their behavioral problems or behavioral psychiatric problems. And those stressors are across the ethnic groups. Even for the outcomes, like say, caregivers can feel burdened, can feel stressed, can feel depressed or anxious. And how the stressors affect their outcomes also depend on some of the variables in the middle column, like their appraisal, their coping strategies, and the support they can get. But all I want to highlight here is, although those model applies to all ethnic groups, I would say 80 or 90% model can work successfully for all ethnic groups. But there are some cultural values, cultural norms I have to highlight here that can make a mediocre program that designed not for Asian groups work better for Asian groups. Some of the values I put down underneath of the chart is the values toward dementia, the values toward elder care. For example, if you, in a daycare center, if you designate a room, say, this room is designated for people with dementia, that will turn away many Asian old adults. They're not going to use it because of shame, because of they didn't want to disclose the symptoms to other people. Also, I want to highlight the values toward elder care, but I'm going to quickly touch on it. So in the Asian cultures, filial piety is a common concept. Like Louis mentioned yesterday, like the duties to the family in Latino culture, right? But there are subtle differences in each ethnic group. For in the Japanese culture, they may more focus on mutual or generational support. The elder parents, they need to contribute to the family as well by giving advice, financial support. But in the Vietnamese culture, rather than in the Chinese culture, they put more pressure on the elder son, they put more pressure on the daughters to provide, including daughter-in-laws, to take care of the parents. So those are subtle differences in those cultures when we do assessment of their filial piety. Also, filial piety doesn't necessarily lead to high burden or low burden. The evidence is mixed. I'm just going to give you a quick example. For someone subscribed to high filial piety, say, oh, I need to take care of my parents, it's my duty, it's my job, they tend to embrace more caregiving tasks. But however, they're less likely to perceive those tasks as bothersome or troublesome. But however, they are also less likely to experience the satisfaction or positive experience of caregiving because they set the bar so high. I have to do such more for my mother, for my father. So that causes the relationship between high piety and caregiving burden is mixed. So also depends on the middle factors like their coping strategy and the support they can get. And for those who do not subscribe to filial piety, which we will consider they are like bad sheep in the family in our Asian culture, but they necessarily do not experience caregiver burden or caregiver stress because they tend to do less more. And they will be easily satisfied, have more positive feelings. Oh, I did one thing. Oh, I picked a check for my mother. They make them very happy. So how do we work with those people who are less subscribed to filial piety? So the evidence, one of my point here is filial piety could be a cultural value that is contributing to, considered as a cultural strength, but can also be a cultural barrier or cultural limitation for certain groups. So we cannot just jump to a conclusion, so filial piety is definitely a strength for this group. Okay, then I'm going to highlight some common shared needs among Asian American dementia family caregivers. For example, like the first one is the limited dementia literacy. I want to highlight, say, for example, they may consider dementia as, as shameful, as a stigmatized disease. They're not going to disclose to other people. So that affects their help seeking. I want to particularly mention the concrete needs. When you're working with dementia family caregivers from Asian background, try to serving their concrete needs is really critical. Just like Dr. Anderson mentioned, some practical needs of the Native Americans. Take ADL as example, food. Like yesterday when, right after lunch, Dr. Gogler asked me, say, how was the food? I paused for a second, I said, it was very good. But in my mind, I'm saying, I'm going to try the best Chinese restaurant in town this evening. Say, if someday I develop dementia, I'm become an old man, my diet probably will not change. I still have preference for ethnic food, right? Also, my indirect expression of my service needs probably will not change. I probably want to say, I approve. So what's the implication for our service providers? we need to be proactive. We need to be aware of that so that we can make our first step to make accommodations. So that links to the third point, how we can make accommodations. You know, for elders, for Chinese elders or for like Asian elders in general, they probably will not say, oh, I do not like the food, but they stop showing up as a congregated meals. You know, they probably still take the home delivered meals, but they never open it. They still put it in the refrigerator. So how you can find a cultural assessment to find out whether they really like the service. And for dementia caregivers, family caregivers, I said, they tend to forge ahead. They are very adaptive. You know, they can manage through those difficult situations. But how can we get them access to some help that they really need until crisis happens? Some implications for culturally relevant policies and practices. I'm going to skim them through, only highlight one or two for each of the major recommendations I made. So provide outreach and education, particularly to even within the Asian groups, there are some groups who are isolated and underserved. I just want to highlight, you know, the group who married to other ethnic groups. So a Filipino lady who married to a Caucasian guy, and the guy has dementia. You know, sometimes in the Western culture, that could be a possible reason, particularly because they have a previous bad relationship. That could be a time point the marriage or the divorce happens. But for this Filipino lady, because of her culture, because of her cultural values, she's so devoted to taking care of the husband. Even the relationship is kind of abusive, particularly when the person's, you know, mind is not there. So how we can address, you know, Asian groups who have who have the mixed racial marriages, because they kind of disconnected their original ethnic groups, not getting the support from the original groups, but they are not fully assimilated, you know, to the mainstream cultural groups as well. The third point is related to dementia anxiety for dementia caregivers. You know, some of them, because of genetic reasons or lifestyle reasons, they're also worried about dementia while taking care of their loved ones. So I'm going to skip them through. This is some work I collaborated with the Global Council on Brain Health with AARP. We're trying to develop cultural elements that we can include in brain health education to prevent the risks for dementia through education, through different domains, through physical health domains, by emphasizing on diet, exercise, psychological domains, you know, address their stress and burden, or help them to regulate their negative emotions, or using cultural elements. Like, for example, from the cognitive aspect, we encourage them to learn something new, try something new. Could be a new language, or try to make a new friend in this conference. Well, I hate to put the food picture here. We are about lunchtime. And the second recommendation I want to make is to provide ongoing training and support to manage caregiver stress. I only want to highlight counseling and empowerment. There is really lack of clinical counseling for these Asian American groups. Because of whatever reason, they are not, you know, available, accessible, or accepted by this group. So how can we find out counseling that aligned to their cultural preferences, also address their real needs, is really a service gap here. And the last point is I want to make is how we can make those services available, accessible, but also acceptable to Asian American families. As service providers or community health workers, we can facilitate access to culturally relevant ongoing support through integration or through including some of the cultural elements. Just make them culturally relevant. Or if those services are not available, we need to advocate. We need to give voice to those people who tend to be silent or invisible in the service system to voice out their concerns. Lastly, here are some quick takeaway messages. First, Asian group is heterogeneous. You know, there are diversity within this group. You know, if you meet one Asian group, you just meet one person. I also particularly call attention to the intersection between ethnicity and gender, generation. You know, when I mentioned filial piety and acculturation, you know, for the third generation or fourth generation of Asian Americans, They probably very different. So generation, and the last one is acculturation. And also, the second point is cultural values can be both strengths or barriers to this group. As I said, they tend to be forged ahead, working on their own to manage through difficult caregiving situations. And we need to respect that and value that. But also, this can be barriers that makes them silent, invisible, unwilling to seek help. So we need to see both, respect their cultural preferences, but also make accommodations to find ways to assess those needs they are unvoiced. They feel shy or shameful to express, and accommodate these needs. And then lastly, that's for all of us as service providers, whether in public health, or social services. We need to be bold. We need to be proactive. So that's why the center is called BOLD. We need to be proactive to reach out to them. If you didn't show your hands for the first 3 questions I raised at the beginning, that's particular for you. Try something, like the early panelists mentioned, try something simple that you can do that makes it easy for you to get exposure to Asian culture. You don't have to appreciate that, but at least you understand why they like it, why they have the preference for that, so that you can make accommodation in your practices. So in the end, we, regardless which community serve, African Americans, Latinos, Asians, Native Americans, we all need to be culturally adaptive, to be bold, to bring visibility to these underserved groups, and promote cultural parity in our service delivery and policy making. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Henderson, Dr. Soon. That was a great presentation. Thank you so much. We have received a couple of questions. These first ones are for Dr. Henderson. 2 questions, similar concepts. It seems as if tribal communities are decades behind others in beginning to address dementia. What would you suggest as the first step for a tribe to take if they are willing and interested in doing something about dementia? I will start with that question.
So Elma, could you read that again a little bit louder?
Sure, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I didn't get the first part of it.
It seems as if tribal communities are decades behind others in beginning to address dementia. What would you suggest as the first step for a tribe to take if they are interested in doing something about dementia?
I think across the country, there is variable strengths in tribal communities regarding dementia and awareness and what can be done about it. And I think that this funding stream that's produced the BOLD projects and others have provided something of an impetus for awareness and knowledge, and their caregiver training that is specific for American Indian and Alaska Native people. And it's like with a disease and a medication. Once you get a skin medication, that's all you see on drug advertising. There's something to do about it. Well, in this regard, there is a specific training for caregivers that was indigenized from an original, and that's being used in quite a few places around the country in tribes, and that is a benefit. Now, when it gets to medical support, that gets to be a different thing. And it gets to be to research, that gets to be another matter too, because it can be a need actually for biological research, as well as social services and community interventions and things of that sort. All of that is still very much needed. So I have developed a bit of a bias that I don't like, and it is this. What if the condition of dementia and caregiving in tribal populations was monetized? And by that, I mean, what is it costing the tribe? What is it costing the health program? What's it costing Indian Health Service? And I only say it that way because that seems to be what motivates a lot of policy and a lot of action, is it's costing us too much money and we can not have to spend that amount, so then we'll take action, which sort of avoids the human factor, the humanistic, compassionate factor, but maybe arrives at an outcome. So I wish I had a good answer to this question about what to do, but to start with, I think websites like IA Square, Dr. Crowder has a number of posters from IA Square, that's International Association for Indigenous Aging. The Alzheimer's Association as well, and others. So that's my first thought. The tribes have health programs, they have health boards, and those are some people to get in touch with and see if there's an interest to pursue that. And let me ask you, any other questions from my colleagues over here, or not questions, but comments about this question? No magic, okay.
Hey Neil, the roadmap.
Thanks.
The roadmap.
Mike Splain is referencing the roadmap for Indian country. It's out of the Healthy Brain Initiative, and that is a document that you can get on the web as well, and does provide a structure for coming up with services, awareness and services. Yeah, thanks, Mike.
And the other question, Dr. Henderson, for state and local public health entities, what would you suggest as the first step a public health staff person should take to begin working with tribes in their states?
A couple of steps at least. One is to inform themselves about the broad history of American Indian, Alaska Native experience, we'll call it that. And then more specifically to the local tribe or tribes, using authentic material from natives that have written it, lived it, and written it. And then to connect. That's not it. That's not the end of knowledge acquisition about Native life, but just the beginning. And then identify people through the web, phone calls, personal visits, and ask. And this needs to be sincere. You know, sometimes we just follow the money as researchers anyway, and if it's not sincere, if it's just, you know, interesting or quaint or something like that, that's not going to get very far. So I think sincerity as well as accomplishment is a good mix.
Thank you. Dr. Soon, this is a question for you, and it might take more than the time you have here, but maybe you can try. Could you please expand on the main differences between the largest groups, Asian American demographic groups?
The largest difference between the 6 groups I listed, or, you know, the top one is Asian, you know, the Chinese, and followed by Asian Indians, and then Filipinos, and then Vietnamese, Korean, and Japanese. So the difference among the 6 groups, well, the food definitely is different. One thing in terms of dementia caregiving, I kind of touched on a little bit, but I do think we can categorize, you know, the home country from different regions, from East Asian regions, from Southeast regions, and the reasons why they immigrant to this country. All those makes a difference in their cultural values. For the South Asian groups, I would kind of relate it to the Native American population. There could be some possible trauma during their immigration experiences. So when we're working with this group, we probably need to address the unresolved trauma. Sometimes because of the trauma, they become more independent. They do not trust the system. But for those from Asian, it all goes divided into 2 regions. For them from Japan and from South Korean, their culture more inclined to the American Western culture, so they are more independent. So for example, if you ask the young generations, Korean Americans, they probably have less expectation on the young generation to take care of the old parents. The old parents will manage themselves financially well, and they have low expectations on the young generation to take care of themselves. China probably will be in the middle in terms of acculturation, in terms of adherence to their home country's culture and acculturation to the American culture. I would consider the Southeast Asian, particularly Vietnamese, they are more sticking to the traditional culture. Chinese probably in the middle, and Japanese and South Korea on the other spectrum, on the other end of the spectrum. That's the simple answer to this big question.
Thank you. Yeah, that's. I invite any additional questions from in-person audience. If anybody else would like the mic, I'm happy to bring it over. Yes.
It's not really a question. It's just a way of looking at things that we do at home in Galena. I work for a assisted living facility. So in my town of, say, 400 people, which can rise to 600 or 700 people in the winter because it's a boarding school, our facility is just an 11-bed facility. It's small. But our facility is the place where you go. It's where everybody wants to go. My coworker's 3-year-old, I want to go see Grandma. And I have my grandkids visiting this summer. When can we go visit Grandma Virginia? That's just a part of our culture. That's just who we are, how we are. When I orientate new staff, I tell them that the way you have to look at it is you're going to Grandma's house to visit. So there isn't a stigma for us. It's a part of our culture. We take care of our elders. It's an honor. It's not a duty. It's not a job. So that's how we look at it.
Thank you. Ariel?
I never put a microphone in front of me. Hi, thank you both so much for those presentations. I'm curious if you can touch on this, because I'm sure it's a longer answer, but how decision-making at the end of life is addressed in both of your cultures and communities. And if it varies, maybe depending on country or tribe.
So let me be sure I understand. You're asking about end-of-life matters? Okay. Again, huge heterogeneity across the country. So I'm not sure that I have an ability to report all of those. However, I can report those that I have been around. And one of the themes, I think, in that does cut across a lot of indigenous populations is the notion of the affected person who is close to walking on is beginning to identify and articulate and speak the names of people that have gone on before them. And so as the family observes that happening, they begin to mobilize themselves and relatives and sing, might be called in the literature death songs, they're called prayer songs, that are designed to welcome the ancestors who are said to be walking to get this person. And at the moment we would say medically they've expired, that person's spirit, we'll call it, has been collected by the family members that have walked on before, and then they leave into the other side. These songs are typically sung in the native language, and I see on Dr. Soon's slides the term acculturation, and that refers to cultural variation, and it's a complex matter. But I can give you one other personal experience, and that is my grandmother, PHCOE is the Choctaw term for that, was an original enrollee in the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. And when she walked on, she happened to be in a nursing home, in a bed with the rails up, and Ishki is my mother, and her sister got into the bed with her and sang, as they said, sang her over to the other side. Now, in this case, these were Christian songs sung in Choctaw, which is, you don't have an exact translation for that to work, but that is a variation, a cultural variation. And so there's two cases. One was at home, singing prayer songs, another in an institution singing Christianized prayer songs. So that's as much as I have. Asian?
Oh, you're also interested in Asian families. We also have, I don't want to put here on the spot, Dr. Wu Bei in the audience. One of her research areas also on end-of-life care among Asian American families. Dr. Wu may chime in if you think I missed something here. So it really depends on, as Dr. Henderson mentioned, it really depends on their personal subscribed beliefs. Take my ethnic group as an example. For Chinese Americans, I work closely with. Some of them they also believe in Christian, so their attitude toward death or end-of-life care planning are more influenced by their religious beliefs. So they tend to, in general, they tend to be more acceptable of the after death arrangement. But for those who are traditionally, who still have the traditional beliefs, there are one group of people, they consider this is a range of fate, this is a natural process, they tend to not purposely, so we had a lot of discussion about like advanced directives, care planning. They don't want to get involved in formal preparation for those kind of documents. They consider those things happen like naturally. They are okay with having conversations, like watching TV, say, oh, there's a commercial about like legal and financial arrangement after your death. Then the children may bring up the topic in a more light-hearted way. Then the parents are more likely to engage in those discussions. Those are for the more traditional, subscribe to the traditional beliefs. Dr. Wu, do you want to comment?
Yes, Bei Wu from NYU. Thanks, Dr. Sun's comments about end-of-life care. So in end-of-life care, when you look at think about advanced care directory, there's a very low prevalence for Asian Americans in general. I'm trying to this is overall kind of general statement, very low advanced care directory among Asian Americans. But also think about yesterday that my postdoc just got a fundable score for her kind of 5-year project to work with Chinese American dementia caregivers for tube feeding, because there's a very high prevalence of Chinese American dementia caregivers using tube feeding in this country. So one way why this is such a high prevalence, because think about the attitude towards again, this is kind of a sense of filial piety, to prolong that their loved one's life is a very important one to show their sense of filial piety. To think about withdrawing some these kind of life-sustaining kind of ways is unfilial. So it's a kind of loss of filial piety and also lose faith for adult children to make these kind of decisions. So now my kind of generalizability, of course, this kind of statement, there's such a variation Then back to the previous question that somebody asked about Asian Americans, that we just recently funded by the NIMHD to have a large Asian Center on Health Promotion and Equity. So when you think about this is such a heterogeneity within Asian populations, and I'm trying to add on the comments Dr. Sun made, is also the immigration history, the immigration patterns among these Asian Americans. There's huge differences in terms of Japanese Americans. They have been in this country for a long time versus other kind of more recent immigrants among Vietnamese, among actually Chinese Americans from mainland China. So the immigration pattern is a huge difference. And the length of stay in the United States, our group, and along with many others, has provided very strong evidence, such as length of stay in the United States make a huge difference. And in addition, that we want to make a point is pre-immigrant immigration antecedents. These are the kind of factors that have been very much overlooked in our immigration kind of studies. Look at these immigrants from which countries make a huge difference. From developed countries like Japan and South Korea versus people from developing countries, Nepal, Vietnam, and many others so from Southeast. These are the kind of healthcare systems are very different. They bring their own culture to this country. That makes a huge difference as well. So just want to make some additional comments here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we are at time for lunch, but there is one more question. Would you like to take it?
I will try.
And this is kind of for both of you. It takes a lot of time and a lot of money and other resources to reach tribal, Asian, and other non-majority populations. And for a smaller count or output or number of people reached. How do we change the focus and systems in public health and elsewhere to invest in this work? How do we justify more money for less people reached?
If there is a set of cultural values for the profession of public health, maybe one of the biggest foundational themes would be the intent to improve the quality of life. And that can be done in a multitude of ways. And one of those would be to pick up on the NAPA new goal number 6 and the issue of prevention early in life, as was mentioned here this morning as well. But also to take kind of a secondary prevention approach when a person already is symptomatic and apply the best kind and most effective and culturally acceptable kinds of intervention, which could be, as we've talked about food here, it could be dietary changes as part of an approach to helping this person improve their quality of life. And I think there is also, again, from an administrator kind of viewpoint, there are budgets and there are ways for investing now to save money later. And we've all seen the national figures for the cost of dementia broadly. It's, of course, huge and going to be bigger. But that can be, I think, changed into non-majority population segments, and that might be motivating within those populations.
Well, I concur. You know, we need to put more emphasis on the prevention. You know, like the NAPA's the six added goals in 2019. So promote risk reductions for brain health, for dementia actually. I totally understand from practical perspective, you know, public policies need to be cost effective. It has to be based on population size, you know, based on, you know, how we can use the minimum resources but benefit most people. ideally, I would suggest we can have a cultural change. Just shouldn't put dollar signs to any values or any, cultures. But in practice, I do see the dilemma. So one middle point, we can strike is we can make adaptations, like all those programs already developed to benefit, the large population, Caucasians, African American Latinos. They can be tweaked to adapted to, to the small, population size groups. But the important thing is we need to invest in the adaptations. We need to document what things need to adapt it. Some things are trivial to, to other groups, but it could be very important to this group. Take an example like, we are involved in a study about nomenclature of dementia. How physicians should give diagnosis for dementia. Should we use neurologic disorders, cognitive disorders, or Alzheimer's disease, or dementia seem to be negative. But for Asian groups, for the focus group we run, they don't seem to care much about the terms. They really care about what we can, deal with the disease as it progresses. Or they may be cared about how dementia is translated in their ethnic language. You probably found you are less offended if you are misappropriately addressed by a foreign language, or even less feel offended if you're cursed by a foreign language. So people call me Fei Sun, but in Chinese Mandarin, I should be called Sun Fei. But I'm not, it's okay. So unless it's not in their own language, they do not feel offended by those things. So for the policy efforts of the funding purpose, probably need to focus on how we can document those adaptations, concretize those cultural nuances that matters for those ethnic groups. That way we use less, rather than reinvent the wheel, we can use less funding and achieve more, desirable outcomes. It's my 2 cents.
Thank you so much. It's lunchtime. Lunch is up there. Please help yourself. It's been a great presentation. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you. The best Chinese restaurant in town is Tea House. They went and just found out yesterday.
All right, so hi, my name's Sarah Motz. I'm a current Masters of Public Health student at the University of Nevada, Reno, doing my internship with Nevada Department of Health and Human Services with the BOLD program. I'm here because yesterday and today we had the pleasure of listening to some powerful mission moments from our panelists, and now we'll review some of their key takeaways from each of the panelists. So Sharon, we'll start with you. What are some final thoughts that you would like to share with this audience to help influence public health?
Is it here? Yay! Sorry about that, guys. Okay. What I want you to take away from my mission moment is this. Dementia has no age limit, no socioeconomic background, no race, no status. Those diagnosed as young onset, under the age of 60, and as young as their 20s have very significant needs that differ from older onset dementia and far fewer resources to depend on. A third of young onset dementia people have someone under the age of 18 living in their home, and a third have no health insurance. These families need affordable day centers and memory care suitable for a younger, more mobile population who may have more cognitive ability but more social dysfunction. Kalicia's nodding her head, yes. She knows my husband. These families, more grants need to be put in place to help families afford the $120,000 a year price tag of young onset dementia. Education of the public, the healthcare community, first responders, hospitals, memory care centers, and the judicial system are badly needed, excuse me, to help people understand young onset and its unique symptoms and needs. The families need counseling and support for younger children, disease-specific and age-specific support groups for spouses, more services to lessen their load of responsibilities like home repair, home modification, respite volunteers, and programs to help them cope with their new reality. Those with young onset need purpose. They are young, strong, and mobile. Activities need to be structured for their special circumstances. They do not go from diagnosis to losing all cognition and mobility. The longer they can be productive, the longer they have a good quality of life. They can't be placed with all people more than a generation older who have less cognition and mobility. They need to have some autonomy to do the things that they enjoy in a safe environment. My husband loves to do vegetable gardening. His day center has raised beds, and he was given an office and made the president of the Horticultural Therapy Club, and he actually went out and received $15,000 worth of in-kind goods for the gardens because he was too impatient to wait for the day center, which is a nonprofit and runs on a very tight budget, to get him the things he needed. And the person-centered care for all those with dementia is missing. It's missing everywhere. His day center should not be unique. It should be the norm. Look at Angela. Look at Dale. Do you think they would enjoy sitting and coloring? Or would they enjoy speaking on dementia like Angela does? Or training young lawyers like Dale could do? Why shouldn't they be doing what they love? We have moved ahead in understanding and including many disabilities to enable them to have more quality of life, but we have left those with cognitive impairment out of the conversation. We recoil when they say something inappropriate because those neurons have died. We speak to them like children. We do not see them. We see their disease. We can't stop stigma without understanding the disease. Public health has a platform to educate and normalize dementia. Care partners isolate themselves so as not to be embarrassed by their loved one's behavior in public. Quality of life does not include hiding away. It includes being included and understood. Yes, neurodegenerative diseases are fatal. Every person in this room and every person watching has a fatal diagnosis. None of you are going to live forever. Do you want to be hidden away? Do you want to be thought of as less than? What you want, everyone wants, to be loved, understood, and valued. Please help make that happen in your state. You have the power to enrich the lives of families living with dementia and normalize it in your communities. Take that challenge with you today and make it happen. Nothing is impossible when you have courage and you care. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharon. And next we'll go to Andrea. Thank you so much for joining us on Zoom.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Dittos, dittos, dittos. So these are some of my hopes for the future. Again, just consider taking a deeper dive into some of your hiring practices so that they can reflect communities of color. This is so important. Sometimes it's so heartbreaking when I walk into an office and I see maybe one or two persons that look like me, and yet and still the work is being done in our community. So really take a look at the way you hire. There's so many qualified people that come in with diverse backgrounds. So please consider that. Some of the old practices are failing our underserved and communities of color. And it doesn't have to be this way. We've been having this conversation for so many decades. And it's about time that we really take actions because you do have the ability to do that. Also, as Sharon was mentioning, continue to allow our voices and our choices to be heard. Needed support, having support to navigate through some of the healthcare system. It's really confusing. People come in with different type of health insurance. Sometimes people don't have health insurance. And what I would really love is that one time I was at my podiatrist office and she came in with her virtual assistant on her laptop. And it would be nice that for some of us that need advocacy work and someone to advocate for us to go through some of the doctors, is to have someone that can advocate with us through our own portable tablets. I thought that was really nice. So she didn't have a physical person, she had a person on her tablet. So that would be so nice if they can design something where people that are living with their condition alone, or they're just not able to navigate through the system or be able to have a good conversation with their doctor, they have someone that can follow them. Becoming more sympathetic and addressing deep-rooted structural systemic racism in our community. This is the foundation of building a better community partner. Redlining exists. It's one of the foundation. I mean, if you think about it, redlining started in 1930. It's like, I don't know if some of you guys used to color. It's like having a coloring book. And remember when we used to trace lines, and just think about the state of California. You trace the line of the state of California. Those people that are unfortunate, unrepresented community are outside of that state. And what happened is that when people are living outside the state, they live in a situation where there's food deserts, situation where there's not adequate doctors, hospitals, specialists. And so this system had been set up for years. And understanding that will help people understand that you just can't go into a community and start outreach or start certain programs. You have to understand the structure of, systemic issue because it runs so deep. And for us not to recognize it, it's going to be really, really hard to get into the community that need the help. So really, really continue the conversation on how systemic racism shape program and services. I would love to see more accountability to some of the programs and services that we have. Sometimes we hear about services, but we don't really know if those services are really hitting community of color. And sometimes it's really disheartening for me to see brochures and promotional materials with my face on it. But then when I'm in my community, I don't see the work getting done. And so I think sometimes we exploit people to get funding. And then when funding comes, they don't hit the communities that they should. And that's why we need people like myself, Sharon, and Dale to have a voice to make sure those monies are being allocated to these communities, because there's a lot of good initiative, a lot of good information, creative program. But when you really look at the numbers, and sometimes I'll do research just to see if a particular grant is really fulfilling the activities of the people that they're saying they're filling, sometimes you really don't see those monies going into those areas. So not only should we promote people through materials, we really need to promote them through action. Again, just keep in mind that people like ourselves, we bring such rich information, and it's important for us to be part of the governing board, conference like this, committees, any type of platform that we can share our expertise, our day-to-day challenges to make programs and outreach services better. I would love to see a conference that's special, that is, I would say, funded by different agencies, public health agencies, and we ourselves, people that's living with the experience or caregiver, is actually putting the conference together. And I've seen it done before on different platforms. You may have people that are celebrating healthy brain initiative or brain health, and you see the consumers putting on the conference. And we also have different workshops that can be beneficial to us, different resources. So really consider that. Also, to add to that, sometimes I notice when I see bills that are passed or a recommendation that's recommended towards Congress, they're not always realistic. There's a bill right now, it's called the Older American Act, and they also coupled it with the Younger Onset Alzheimer Dementia Act. When you really look at that bill, it really only covers nutritional services and respite care support. Most of us with younger onset are not at a place where we need respite care or nutritional services. If we were more involved in those recommendations, I believe the recommendation would be more realistic to our day-to-day needs. So, really consider, even if you're not totally involved in those areas, just making sure that our voice is heard so that these recommendations are much more realistic to our needs. One of the things that I love to do is I do a lot of research, and that's because I have a lot of time. I'm pretty much retired, and I try to really educate people on a different type of neurological condition. Sometimes we want to put it all in one box. You have MCI that may contribute to Alzheimer's. You have MCI that's not even, it is not, it's like it's not even part of brain change. It's an MCI that I have. I inquire my MCI through head trauma, PTSD, and traumatic brain injury. It's going to be different than someone that have brain changes. And I believe Dale mentioned it before. All our situations totally different. And when we are lumped together, then the services that are needed are not going to be appropriate for some people. And so it's really important to understand the different type of neurological condition, especially when it comes to people of color. When you hear the number 6 million, I would say maybe 5% of that number is of people of color. So when you hear 6 million, you're hearing that number represent white folks. It's not representing people of color. And so it's really important to really do better research and understand, because once we understand where these neurological disorders coming from, then we can do better with outreach services. Majority of people of color are getting neurological condition from hypertension, medication, side effects from medication, sleep problem, diabetes, hypertension. I would say,
Andrea, I'm going to have to
cut
wrap
me
it
off.
up. I'm sorry. You made so many
Okay.
great points. Thank you so much, but we only
Thank
have a few
you.
minutes left. I'm
Okay.
going to move on to Dale for your final thoughts.
Very briefly. Oh, is it on? Can you hear me? There we go. Thank you. I just wanted to say that when you think about somebody with Alzheimer's or dementia or mild cognitive impairment, I hope we get this across, that this is just a disability like any others. You know, this disease does not define us. I mean, it's just what it is. Maybe we need a public service announcement. Maybe we need probably like a Sesame Street, they got the little characters. We need a Sesame Street person with, hey, this person's got mild cognitive impairment and he's still able to function. How about that, huh? We need to be normalized. And maybe I'm hoping that I and all of us together, and maybe you'll see more and more of of people that have this disease want to come out. You know, it's just like coming out of the closet. We want to come out and say that, you know, we're here, that we can still function. And I just want people to see us. Thank you.
That's it. I just wanted to thank our speakers again for sharing your personal stories and allowing us to learn from your lived experiences. This concludes.
Sarah, there is one question that I received. Can we ask? Sure. Here too, if that's okay. Are any, Dale, Sharon, or Andrea, are any of you connected to your local Alzheimer's Association chapter and their early stage engagement programs? And if so, what has that done for you? How has that helped?
Early stage is not early on, so young onset. So no, I don't have anything to do with early stage. I have to do with young onset, which is really a minority, it seems. What about you, Dale?
I haven't had much involvement with young onset, you know, as far as, I live in a rural area. And I thank God that we do have the Alzheimer's Association, which has, we talked about this just very briefly, someone had mentioned about music, and I belong to a choir. But for me, the choir is very important because I get a chance to share with other people in the same situation what we're going through. But when you talk about young onset, early onset, you're talking about an entirely different set of people. I mean, early onset, there's so many different needs that you have than the normal people that have Alzheimer's or dementia, the aged population above 65. When you're talking early, and there really isn't that much, especially where I'm from. I've got nobody. You know, there's a few people here in Minneapolis. I think there's a few groups, but the needs are just so much more. You know, and I don't even know how to begin. Whether, I mean, you've addressed so many of them. You're talking about disability, you're talking about people in your household, you know, whether it's going to be your sons or daughters, watching you go through a disability. I mean, you're planning a graduation, and you hope to God that you remember your son or daughter's name. I mean, it's an entirely different world. Maybe I shouldn't even get into that, I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, I think to Dale's point, I think we sort of, those of us that are in that under 60 group, and certainly in my FTD group, they go down into their 20s. I think the problem is that we get very hostile when you start talking about everything being age-friendly. Well, you're not age-friendly to us. You're only age-friendly to the people that are over 65. You're not age-friendly to us, but we still live in the dementia community. So change your perspective, please. It's not all about age, it's about the disease. Dale has the same disease as some people over 65, but the things that are available for Dale and Angela are nowhere near what's available for those over 65. This is a crisis. You're overlooking a population that is in dire need of services that do not get them. Social Security disability, you wait 5 months once you get approved of it, and then you wait 2 years for Medicare. There's a bill right now in the House to drop that weight. It's House Resolution 6583. It's called Stop the Wait. And it came about through COVID and people not being able to get insurance because they have long COVID. They go on disability, but they have no health insurance. What kind of baloney is that? I mean, we are without health insurance for 2 years. I had a Cobra. Did you have to Cobra? Tell them how much it cost, Dale.
You know, the insurance that I had was fairly expensive. Mary Ann's here. I think it was about $750 a month. Yeah, that we had to pay before I had medical insurance through Medicare. And I was lucky. I mean, there's people that don't even get this. I mean, thank God that I worked for the county at that time, or I was working for the county so we could continue it on. I mean, I know people that never even have this available to them. We were just lucky enough to have worked for a government agency that I could Cobra it out.
We hijacked you, but that's okay. We need to hijack you. You need to hear more from us.
I'd like to add to that. To my point earlier, there's so many different types of our condition. It's like cancer. I mean, you can't treat breast cancer the same way you treat prostate. And so the Alzheimer's Association is a good resource, but it doesn't help me because I have mild cognitive impairment that's not associated with Alzheimer's degree, but I am in the family of neurological decline. And so sometimes the services are just not fitting our needs. And that's why it's so important for our voices to be part of these recommendations, these bills that's being paid, these resources and these services, because some of them are just so outdated. And for me, honestly, there's so much money in one area, neurological condition, the other areas get unnoticed, like younger onset, brain health issues, healthy brain issues. And so we really, really need to look at those resources to make sure they are fitting people with these different types of neurological condition. Because if you are young and you're trying to apply for a Social Security disability, you may not get it. If you don't have Alzheimer's, but you may have some type of neurological condition where you can't work anymore. And so, it's really important for our voices to continue with the conversation so that we can make these efforts more realistic to our lives.
I see that the time person over here has given up.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, there should always be time for your voices, so I'm glad. We're all grateful that you have taken this time out of your life to come here and join us and to share your stories, because they do make a difference.
And to all my Reds watching, I hear you, I see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon, somebody in chat said, "We're here, Sharon. Your friends are in chat. We're here."
We were just saying it's going to be hard to follow that. So thank you and hello. But I just want to say what a jam-packed conference. Joe, Elma, others involved in the planning process, you knew who are. Great job. Standing O. My name is Mike Whitkey. I'm the Vice President for Research and Advocacy at the National Alliance for Caregiving. And I think what we'll cover today in this session really ties nicely as a bookend to Joe's remarks from yesterday's during his keynote. I also realize much of what we're going to talk about has been covered in some form of fashion by other wonderful speakers. So my goal today is to connect some dots and get into the down and dirty work of offering some ideas for next steps that could lead us forward. I just lost my place here. I lost my clip. There we go. Okay. The agenda for this session is to briefly recap a webinar we did in November that many of you attended on the topic of family caregiving as a public health priority. And then for the majority of our time today, we'll get into some specific activities that can be tackled in the near future through a potential pilot program NAC has been designing in partnership with the National Association of Chronic Disease Directors. And while I'm name dropping, I must call out a few of those in the room who have laid the foundation for our work to address family caregiving from a public health approach. This is not an exhaustive list, so please forgive me, but Lisa McGuire, Heidi Holt, Matthew Baumgart, Mike Splain, others involved in the Healthy Brain Initiative and the Bold Act initiatives, and Megan Wolf and those involved in the age-friendly public health systems work, and now Joe and his team, thank you for your forward thinking and leadership. I also want to thank Robin Stone for sharing the stage with me today to help us think practically about applying what we've learned during the past 2 days in our day-to-day work. And last but not least, a big thank you to the Johnny Hartford Foundation for supporting the National Alliance for Caregiving as we wade into these waters. It truly takes a village. Okay, so I'll start out with the problem we're trying to solve, which is essentially expanding and improving the national infrastructure of care and support by better integrating family caregivers within the public health sector. I would submit to you that what we're talking about is not simply adding another item onto the to-do list, but getting more precise about serving those we're already attempting to reach. I have lots of data and stats I can throw at you, but let's get at the heart. When I think about public health and family caregivers, I think about Jennifer, a family caregiver in Florida. She first noticed her mother was having trouble with her short-term memory. Over time, her condition escalated to include paranoia, getting lost and confused easily, suffering from hallucinations, making calls to 911 to report serious crimes that hadn't happened, and leaving home for days at a time without telling anyone where she was going. These concerns eventually resulted in the decision to place Jennifer's mother in an assisted living facility. However, the COVID-19 pandemic brought new concerns about the care Jennifer's mother was receiving. Visits to the assisted living facility weren't allowed, so Jennifer couldn't witness the care her mom received, nor was she informed of her mother's health changes. Jennifer learned that her mom had been completely incontinent only after her mom had been hospitalized. When she asked the assisted living facility staff about it, they said her mother really needed plastic mattress pads, and Jennifer worried her mother had been laying on a soiled mattress for months. Although Jennifer's challenges were exacerbated during the COVID-19 outbreak, millions of other family caregivers faced similar challenges prior to the pandemic and will continue to do so into the future. Jennifer was surprised by the insensitivity she encountered from specialists, and she believes that healthcare and community services need systemic improvements that address the interconnected challenges related to the care of those with serious or chronic health conditions and associated social determinants of health. As we have heard, public health can help bridge that gap. So to address this concern, we at the National Alliance for Caregiving have established an action-oriented approach to strengthening connections and coordination for family caregivers via the two-tier framework for family caregiving and public health, or the two-tier framework in short. The two-tier framework provides policy recommendations, implementation opportunities, and messaging content aimed at enhancing the national family caregiver support infrastructure through the public health lens. It identifies appropriate mechanisms and practices to implement family caregiver supports via public health entities, such as chronic disease directors and state health departments, for example, often in coordination with those on the local level that typically interact with family caregivers. Many of the components in the framework intentionally align with the actions outlined and defined in the Healthy Brain Initiative and the BOLD initiatives, as well as TIFA's Age-Friendly Health Systems Initiative. The overarching goal of the two-tier framework is to ensure patient and family-centered care, address systemic issues related to social determinants of health, and health equity for family caregivers. The current national landscape brings with it a unique opportunity to leverage the recent work that has been done to establish and implement policy recommendations around issues facing family caregivers. Two critical aspects in the policy landscape to highlight this opportunity. One, the COVID-19 pandemic has really made society more aware of the contributions that family caregivers provide and the hardships they experience. An infrastructure for public health that includes and understands the needs of family caregivers will be better prepared to interact with them during other public health emergencies. Two, the Recognize, Assist, Include, Support, and Engage Family Caregivers Act, or RAISE Act, requires the Secretary of Health and Human Services to develop, maintain, and most importantly, update an integrated national strategy to recognize and support family caregivers. As the National Family Caregiver Strategy is being finalized, and as public health reforms in the post-COVID-19 era are going to be examined, the two-tier framework offers actions that can be taken to elevate family caregiving within the public health system. And by prioritizing the expansion of the National Family Caregiver Support infrastructure into jurisdictions such as the public health sector, there is a potential to reach family caregivers across the range of chronic conditions from Alzheimer's disease and dementia to cancer, ALS, stroke, heart disease, and beyond. This approach not only recognizes the contributions that family caregivers make for those with chronic conditions, but it also views them as an at-risk population. So to bring the two-tier framework to life, we're integrating action items identified in the two-tier framework into the design of a pilot program, which can be administered via state health departments to build and support partnerships between state, county, local, and territorial public health entities, community-based organizations or faith-based organizations, direct care providers, healthcare and social service systems, persons with chronic disease, and those serving as family caregivers, and so on. To get at the core of a sustainable pilot program designed for nationwide scale, activities at a minimum must address at least two key challenges. One, family caregiver health and wellness is an issue that must be addressed. There's a need to better understand and address the health conditions of the family caregiver as they face their own issues related to morbidity, but also mortality. 40% of family caregivers reported having 2 or more chronic diseases. 23% of family caregivers report caregiving has made their health worse. And of those, 60% report difficulty in taking care of their own health. The support family caregivers provide is not without cost, often referred to as burden, to both the family caregiver and the person for whom they are providing care, as well as family caregivers, as many family caregivers are overwhelmed and face financial, emotional, and psychosocial risks that may impact their own health and wellness. Due to its stressful and demanding nature, the role of family caregiving can potentially lead to health problems related to a sedentary lifestyle, poor nutrition, social isolation, and potentially overuse and abuse of substances such as alcohol or prescription drugs. Another common result of the burden of family caregiving is absenteeism or presenteeism at work, such as not going into work at all or going in while ill. An additional strain for the individual, the family, and also the employer. Disparities in support, caregiving intensity, health, financial impacts among caregivers of color, LGBTQ caregivers, as well as caregivers across different income brackets and geographical areas are evident and of particular concern. Meaningful patient and family engagement in health and social care systems must also ensure a robust and inclusive system of supports and services that intentionally addresses health disparities and systemic barriers among diverse populations based on representative data. Programs need to be designed to reach communities they intend to serve and must ensure the services provided are in line with personal and cultural preferences. A critical component to ensuring greater level of equity includes acknowledging, incorporating, and continually improving cultural literacy into the development of programs, resources, and services designed for family caregivers of all backgrounds. Two, the second issue that must be addressed through a program like this is care coordination efforts are of particular concern as the complexity of care is increasing. There's a need to better equip health departments to play a greater role in coordinating family caregiver supports and services across the range of conditions, recognizing challenges related to comorbidities for the care recipient. A greater proportion of family caregivers of adults report their care recipient is dealing with multiple condition categories, with 45% reporting 2 or more condition categories, and this is compared to 37% in 2015, so it's increasing. Most family caregivers report the reason for providing care is due to issues related to either old age, mobility, Alzheimer's or dementia, cancer, mental or emotional illness, stroke, diabetes, and heart disease. Family caregivers can be key partners in improving health outcomes. In fact, about 32% of caregivers provide more than 21 hours of care per week. More than 50% of family caregivers are providing healthcare services to individual patients through medical and nursing tasks such as giving injections, tube feedings, catheter and colostomy care, and other complex care responsibilities. States can help develop sustainable programs with the goal of implementing family caregiver-specific recommendations under this public health policy framework, while also taking into consideration how to align with and further the adoption of actions under the purview of initiatives such as the BOLD Act initiatives, the Healthy Brain Initiative, and the Healthy Age-Friendly Public Health System Initiative, which we've heard about throughout the course of this conference. The strategies outlined in the framework also align with the recommendations that are expected to be produced through the National Family Caregiving Strategy that we heard about earlier. These programs should be developed with the aim to create the evidence base needed to advocate for federal appropriations of sufficient to support capacity to serve family caregivers across the range of chronic conditions in all states and territories. In the next few slides, I'll go through each strategy we've outlined in the two-tier framework and offer feedback we've gotten from the field about practical actions that can be taken in the near future via a pilot program. Each of the strategies get into specific actions, but leave enough room for flexibility given that states may be at varying levels of capacity to engage. Some states have more developed infrastructure where caregiving is in some way incorporated, and some states are just now beginning to think about how to do so. So this first strategy is focused on population health surveillance, specifically focused on caregiver health and care recipients with multiple conditions. The objective under this strategy is to gather timely and essential national and state-level data to assess and monitor the health status of family caregivers, factors that influence their health outcomes and disparities, and evaluate family caregiver support and education programs to determine accessibility, effectiveness, equitability, and impact. Some of the recommendations we've received through working with those in the field under this strategy focused on leveraging and strengthening family caregiver data collected via the Behavior Risk Factor Surveillance System, BRFIS as we've referred to it here, potentially by including questions in the core sections of BRFIS to gather family caregiver data. Currently BRFIS has an optional caregiver module with less than 10 questions, albeit important questions. There are limitations with BRFIS related to the depth of information we can gather, especially when trying to understand how to achieve improved health outcomes for both the caregiver and the person receiving care. It is key that we gather data on how to demonstrate improved health outcomes to spur policy change. Other feedback we've received was to explore further use of tools such as the National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey, the National Health and Aging Trends Study, the National Health Interview Survey, and there may be a way to use these existing tools to improve data collection on family caregiver health conditions and risk factors, and improve data collection on family caregivers of people with multiple conditions. We also think there's room to construct additional channels on the local level that can gather detailed patient and family caregiver experience data to inform public health program and policy development, especially as we drill down into the city and county level data. Another challenge for public health, keep getting my pages and my clicker mixed up. Another challenge for public health can address is the need to collect disaggregated data on diverse family caregiver populations and address the lack of segmentation and intersectionality in family caregiver research. It was made clear by our colleagues yesterday that diverse populations are not monolithic, and to truly address issues related to inequity, we can't paint populations with a broad brush and assume everybody in a given culture or community thinks the same way. Some examples under the strategy we think can be incorporated into a pilot program based on our work include actions such as participating in the administration, analysis, and possibly most important, reporting on data collected via the BRFIS caregiver module. States can collaborate with schools of public health to improve data collection on caregiver health and risk factors via other existing public health data collection channels. States can design and administer community-level surveys to better understand how many residents in a given locality are family caregivers and resources available for caregivers and the challenges and impact on family caregiving on their work lives and other social factors. States can review and report on community health needs assessments to identify those that include family caregiving. They can crosswalk recommendations from the State Health Improvement Plan, the State Chronic Disease Plan, the State Cancer Plan, and a State Plan on Aging to identify opportunities for collaboration on data collection. On the national level, it might make sense to elevate the data needs of this population to the CDC's National Center for Chronic Disease Prevention and Health Promotion, which is dedicated to preventing chronic diseases and promoting health across the lifespan. Funds channeled through this division within CDC establish science-based programs that prevent chronic diseases and reduce unhealthy behaviors in communities across the nation. These efforts improve health-related quality of life and save money in medical costs and lost productivity. Through this division, CDC conducts surveillance of chronic diseases to better understand the extent of health risk behaviors, preventive care practices, and the burden of chronic diseases, monitor the progress of prevention efforts, and help public health professionals and policymakers make more timely and effective decisions. This next strategy is focused on improving health research on best practices to identify improved health outcomes, person and family-centered care, and potential cost savings on the systems level. The objective here being to integrate and improve family caregiver research and literature within schools of public health and professional public health associations and institutions to evolve and adapt the systems wherein family caregivers interact, as well as the future public health workforce focused on care and support for those with serious or chronic conditions. Recommendations we've received during our work included designing and implementing public health research, analyzing interventions for family caregivers across the range of chronic conditions to better understand issues related to social determinants of health, health equity, improved health outcomes, and person and family-centered care. Schools of public health can be key partners in improving data collection on family caregiver health and risk factors and integrate findings into the public health curricula. We can improve and innovate on existing public health functions through ongoing evaluation, research, and continuous quality improvement to more effectively reach and support family caregivers of those with chronic conditions. Some of the examples we've identified that could fit within a pilot program include actions such as researching and reporting on employment policies and practices related to supporting and recognizing family caregivers, and states can implement an employee-employer survey to better understand how many employees in a given locality are family caregivers, as well as the impact on family caregiving in their work lives. States can develop and promote a public health state-specific website with family caregiver-focused data and information for use by other family caregiver and public health researchers. And states can evaluate existing state or local level caregiver programs or interventions to show promising best practices in improving health outcomes and ensuring quality outreach to diverse family caregiver populations. The objective in this strategy is to implement messaging through public health channels to inform and educate systems involving healthcare, social services, employers, and emergency response officials that underscores the essential role of family caregivers and the importance of maintaining their health and well-being. We've heard over and over that caregivers aren't likely to identify as a caregiver, and even if that's true, the responsibility should lie within the systems level to identify those with whom they're interacting. The recommendations identified under this strategy are to 1, conduct awareness efforts describing the value of the family caregiver in chronic disease management and intervention, and 2, conduct awareness efforts to describe health conditions and risk factors experienced by family caregivers, and 3, highlight public health functions that can be implemented to improve culturally competent outreach and awareness efforts among diverse family caregiver populations, and finally, ensure awareness efforts that are separately targeted at health practitioners, social service entities, employers, and emergency response systems, among others. Examples under this strategy that could be incorporated into a pilot program include conducting public awareness efforts for practitioners and employers describing the value of the family caregiver in chronic disease management and intervention, as well as the risk factors that family caregivers experience. States can integrate family caregiver awareness messaging into existing chronic disease programs and/or schools of public health, States can partner with emergency response entities to determine and increase capacity to message and communicate with family caregivers during public health emergencies. States can develop an awareness campaign to promote the understanding of the role of family caregivers within under-recognized systems wherein they interact. And states can collaborate with partners on the community level to implement awareness campaigns. Okay, getting into Tier 2, we look more at the local level. The objective under this strategy is to strengthen, support, and mobilize communities and partnerships to implement policies and practices that ensure the health and wellness of family caregivers as well as the person receiving care by convening multi-sector stakeholders. Another component under this objective is to coordinate existing local supports and services to help family caregivers navigate and access supports and services, facilitating an integrated system of care focusing on addressing social determinants of health and systemic inequities. Some of the recommendations outlined under this strategy are to incorporate actions that can be prioritized to reach and support family caregivers into state health improvement plans, to appropriate federal public health funding to state-level public health offices with the purpose of building the capacity needed to implement a strategic alignment of care providers across settings to coordinate family caregiver services. To ensure family caregivers of all chronic or serious conditions are eligible for services, to ensure family caregivers of those across the range of conditions are identified, assessed, and referred to services early in their care journey, to invest in programs increasing culturally competent health literacy to promote better health outcomes, to ensure increased diversity in clinical trials, and improve emergency preparedness and emergency response strategies to provide family caregivers with support and information during public health disasters, crises, or other emergency situations. Examples under this strategy that can be incorporated into a pilot program include entry point service coordination for family caregivers. States can assess the capacity of state-level chronic disease programs to develop and disseminate information about family caregiving across systems of care and supports. States can demonstrate competencies to address health equity and cultural responsiveness. States can help family and family caregiver health literacy and disseminate resources and information to caregivers in marginalized or underserved communities using culturally appropriate materials. States can collaborate with employers to distribute information to working family caregivers. States can use existing workplace wellness programs to link caregivers to available services and supports. They can convene a multi-sector coalition to provide guidance on implementation and evaluation of activities to reach and support family caregivers. They can identify existing information and promote through integration with existing chronic disease programs, and they can assess capacity of chronic disease programs to include information about family caregiving. It seems there's an opportunity to move some of these actions forward by building on what the BOLD Act seeks to achieve. Finally, the objective of this strategy is to increase funding and capacity for home and community-based services and wellness programs that are critical for family caregivers, including home care and direct care services, community health workers, social workers, care navigators, transportation, congregate and home-delivered meals, mental health services, and other forms of family caregiver support. Public health investments in the aging services workforce will help improve and modernize the infrastructure required for providers to continue operations and develop the supports and services, research and data collection, and technical assistance needed to ensure services for family caregivers are getting to those in the greatest economic and social need, including marginalized or underserved populations. The recommendations we've outlined under this strategy are to implement education programs for family caregivers across all chronic conditions, allowing for the training and development of additional skills that would allow them to augment a care team and complement, not compete with, a clinical visit. And establish partnerships among care providers, community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, and state, county, and local public health departments with the purpose of both expanding existing family caregiver support programs and establishing new, innovative family caregiver support programs that can reach family caregivers across the range of all chronic conditions. Examples that states can act on to expand service delivery for family caregivers include activities such as integrating family caregiver issues and priorities into any state health plan, state health improvement plan. States can complement existing health promoting programs. States can review statewide community health needs assessments to identify those that include family caregiving. States can adapt existing chronic disease programs to support caregivers of those with chronic disease. States can select, disseminate, and/or customize an evidence-based intervention to support family caregivers in a given healthcare setting, community, or region, and gather health outcomes based on interventions applied. States can establish and build on existing public health, chronic disease, HCBS, LTSS, and other community-based systems or partnerships, such as offices of rural health, departments of human services or aging, community health centers, state medical and nursing organizations, and employers and businesses to expand reach and service referral. States can collaborate with employers and workplace wellness programs to develop and adopt policies that support workers with caregiving responsibilities. And a promising avenue to achieve some of these actions may be through the CDC's Primary Care and Public Health Initiative, which fosters linkages between public health and primary care by integrating population health into medical residency program curricula and competencies, increasing clinician understanding of public health problems and national initiatives offering potential solutions, and increasing clinician awareness and use of CDC resources. On the federal level, the Cures 2.0 Act is proposed legislation which includes provisions that establish initiatives to enhance the federal support infrastructure for family caregivers by better including them in efforts related to medical and device development, training and information on how to perform specialized skills, ensuring person and family-centered care, and contributing to a better field of data collection on how best to reach this population. Provisions under this legislative proposal are to establish educational programs and training for caregivers, increase health literacy to promote better outcomes for patients, increase diversity in clinical trials, improve patient experience data, and ensure coverage for clinical trials under existing standards of care. I just went through a lot of information, so I'll take this opportunity to announce that we'll be releasing a report outlining the two-tier framework in late July with the goal to implement some of these actions via a pilot program, hopefully next year if everything goes to plan, fingers crossed. If you'd like to talk more about this work, if you're interested in partnering, please contact me after the conference. Now, as we go into this next slide, I'm turning it over to Robin Stone to offer some reactions about practical implementation of activities to better recognize and support family caregivers within the public health sector. And following her remarks, we're happy to answer any questions. Robin?
Thank you. So I am known for changing up whatever I was going to say yesterday and saying something else today. You see, Mike and I talked a little bit about how I might help to wrap this up today, which is a pretty awesome feat, given, I think, the quality of this meeting in the last couple of days, which was just fantastic. I have been in this sector now for well over 45 years. I really had black hair when I was 26, and I'm now 72, and I'm still working on these same issues. So this was a really fantastic meeting, and kudos to everybody who put it together. You know, I'm just gonna do a couple of things. One is to let you know that I'm a pessimistic optimist, and I believe, as I look over the history of family caregiving and as it relates to dementia in particular, we have made strides. So I was sort of thinking back to a couple of things. You know, I'm trained in public health. I have a doctorate in public health. And when I went to school at Berkeley in the late 70s, early 80s, there was not one course on aging or dementia in the School of Public Health. I couldn't find a course on aging or dementia in any school of public health across the country. And I was fortunate enough to have across the Bay Bridge the University of California in San Francisco, where there was an aging institute run by Carol Estes and Bob Newcomer, and that's where I spent all of my time. And I learned from some fantastic mentors issues related to what do we really think about how we're going to support the biggest infrastructure of our system in this country, which is the family caregiver. So not only are family caregivers important, but they are extremely important to our economy, because without it, the entire health and long-term services and support system would implode immediately. I was lucky enough when I moved to Washington, I'd actually been in Washington, came back to Washington in the early 80s, and at that time we had a lot of investment in national data collection. And so I was lucky enough to use the first national data collection survey of family caregivers in the United States. Data were collected in 1982, nationally representative sample, which today is almost impossible to even talk about. The fact that we had so much more investment in data collection in those days around many of these really critical issues. And not surprising, we found that about 80 to 95% of all the services provided to older adults and younger people with disabilities was delivered by family. The formal system is really, really short, very, very small. And I wrote a committee print for the Congress called Exploding the Myths, Caregiving in America. This was in 1984. So it is now 2022. In my lifetime, I have continued to work on exactly these same issues. I have spent my entire career on the intersection between family caregiving, dementia, and other chronic conditions, and the paid frontline workforce, which is the other piece of the puzzle that we are now seeing is in tremendous distress. We have the greatest shortage of frontline aides and workers that we have ever seen in this country, just as we are seeing more and more increase in dementia growth in the oldest population, where we have the greatest risk for Alzheimer's and related dementia. We haven't even seen the tip of the iceberg yet. So while it sounds horribly pessimistic, the changes have been that we now have programs that actually include aging and dementia in public health. We have organizations like the Hartford Foundation and others that have begun to invest in trying to strengthen these capacities within public health departments. And I think that is laudatory, but we need much more than that. These are structural problems. If we start to look at the question of public health, you've seen one public health department, you've seen one. You heard the variation today. If you are in a large state health department where you happen to have aging and disability and a lot of other programs under your rubric, you are much more likely to be able to have the resources and the investment to have a dementia specialist, to develop programs, and then to be able to partner with the other service organizations that are out in the community. If you are in a different structure of public health, you are in a much harder situation in terms of how you're going to pull this stuff together. And I would say that what we need are learning collaboratives of small and large public health departments, both at the state and local government levels, to start to work together on how we develop resources for less invested public health departments as well as heavily resourced public health departments so that we can learn from each other. I came with a very different view in my head of what public health should be doing, but the truth of the matter is that it all depends on what kind of public health department you have. If you are the public health department in San Francisco, you have unbelievable resources. And the city of San Francisco is doing all kinds of things around dementia across the entire population. They have tremendous resources. If you are in a public health department in a place like Washington, DC, where I live, there is almost virtually no attention to dementia within that public health department. So it's all local and it all depends on infrastructure. And I think that we need to start learning from each other in terms of how we build this infrastructure, because that's critical. I do not see every public health department at the state level being able to be the rubric for all of these different agencies. But I think we could create it virtually if you don't have it structurally. The other issue that I think, and I know that I only have about a minute left, that I think is extremely critical, and we at Leading Age are doing a lot of work in this area anyway and have been for years, is health disparities. This is the role of public health. Public health should be doing surveillance, emergency preparedness, and focus on health disparities in communities. If nothing else, those are 3 common elements across all health departments. You heard some incredible stories today and yesterday around the lack of investment in cultural humility around family caregiving. This is untenable, and I'll tell you, I'm working on the same very issue with paid caregivers, and it's just as bad. In fact, one of the things that I've been thinking about is maybe we need to join together to work on cultural humility for family caregivers and for paid caregivers. And maybe doing that together through public health, we may be able to begin to move the needle a little bit further, because we have a lot more volume and a lot more numbers bringing those 2 groups together. We need training that is culturally humble, that actually understands the cultures. Translation is not a cultural competence phenomenon. We need time and effort in the research, and actually we need people on the ground who come from those communities. One thing public health might have to offer is to begin to own again the community health worker that the health systems have stolen from us. We were the beginnings of community health workers. We were the promotoras. We had the lay people out in the communities. Let's bring them back. They are indigenous to every single one of these communities that have family caregivers of color. Let's train them. Let's train the home health aides who are going into people's homes across the country who understand these cultures because they come from there. We are the other. I, as a white woman, cannot go into many of these communities and transform the way that someone who understands that world can do it. And I think we have to invest in supporting that infrastructure. So that is one thing that I would highly recommend, which is that we begin to look at our own workforces, and if we don't have the money, damn it, let's get it. Let's talk to the hospitals in our communities and say, you know what? You have community benefit dollars that you're a nonprofit, you need to be putting that money into the community. We want 1/8 of those dollars to go into family caregiving in our communities. We want you to pay for a community assessment, and we want you to pay for data collection every couple of years. We want to be able to target our money well, and we need to be able to train indigenous people in the community to go out and work with family caregivers and people living with the experience. Use the evidence-based practices that David and his group have at Benjamin Rose. We don't need to reinvent wheels. He's already got 44. There's probably at least 100 of them around the community. We need to just get going, get those practices moving, and get the people back into the community doing this work. So I'm going to thank you so much for this. Every time I go to these meetings, I feel like, God, I got maybe 5 more years on this. And it really only comes because of all of you guys who are working on this. I was on the National Academy of Medicine's committee that actually reviewed the AHRQ evidence-based practice report, which came up with only two practices that were ready for implementation, none of which had ever seen a person of color in their samples. We fought that big time and wrote a report that actually said, no, let's step back. We got to do a lot more work on the ground and in the community. We can't wait 15 years for the perfect RCT. So time is right. There's momentum here. Keep it going. There are ways to get resources. Don't count on Congress because they are dead on arrival right now. But there is money that can be redistributed, I believe, within our communities to actually get these dollars into public health, get our workers out into the community to work with best practice, to at least help these folks Help family caregivers. In the 25 years that I have looked at data, the percentage of family caregiving has not changed one whit. It's still 80 to 95% of all the care in the United States is paid for unpaid by family caregivers. So if somebody tells you that there's no family caregiving anymore because everybody's living apart, that's bull. It's not true. Family caregivers are the bulwark of our system, and public health needs to play a role in helping them to remain that way. And hopefully someday we're going to have a family policy here that's going to support them with real dollars. So thank you very much, and I'm going to turn it over. I don't know what else we're supposed to do. I mean, I think if anybody has any comments or, you know.
I just wanted to switch here. Our contact information is up here too, and we're happy to take questions.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, you know, I'd love to hear, like, what's an action step that one of you guys from the public health world is going to do when you go back to your office? Anybody got a thought? Oh, and I love that woman from Mississippi. I'm going right down there. I mean, she was right on it, so.
Well, I just want to mention something that we just created a collaboration for, and we'll have our first meeting in 3 weeks. So because my former life was on the hospital association side, and I did a lot of work in community benefit, we are now going to be collaborating with our Office of Rural Health Flex grant program and meeting with all of our critical access hospitals to present to them in collaboration with our hospital association how they can invest their community benefit dollars. And we're actually going to take their community health needs assessments, review it, prioritize with them, and give them practical steps to collaborate with us.
That's great. That's fantastic.
Thank you, Kina. Who would like to go next?
Everybody too tired. Sometimes that happens.
All right.
Well, you have to have at least one idea to take back. I mean, that's the rule of these meetings. Otherwise, they sit on a shelf. And I don't know, I think it was Dr. Henderson who was saying he's been through so many of these. I have to say, every time I come to Minnesota, I was very good friends with the Canes, both Rosalie and Bob Kane. And Rosalie had an incredible meeting, a summit on caregiving in 1990 in West Virginia. And we thought we were going to solve it all in 1990. And, you know, it's a journey. But the numbers are on our side. We have a lot of people who have needs and strengths. And I think the strengths piece of this really hit home to me too. The strengths of people with mild cognitive impairment. The strengths of family caregivers who are, yes, they're stressed, but it's not all burden. And in some cultures, in fact, it's mostly positive. I mean, how do we take that and marshal that? And how do we get it into the public health departments for them, for all of those folks, and mostly they're white, for all of them to recognize that this is a population health issue. That's what public health people do. And, you know, I think if we can make those changes, and Jane Carmody knows, because that's what Hartford has been trying to do, and all the folks around age-friendly public health departments, but we got to get this to become what somebody said, which is normative. So if we can just take back one example of something that we all can do. I'm going to take back something. I will tell you, I'm an association of aging services providers across the entire country with 38 affiliates. We don't do enough with public health departments. And I think our providers need to be working much more closely, and frankly, that's why COVID did such a number on older adults, because the coordination between the service system and public health was horrible. And I don't blame the public health departments for it, because we didn't have great resources, but that cannot continue. So that's the one thing that I'm going to take back, which is much better coordination between public health and aging services providers in the community.
I do have a question for you. You had my attention during this, but when you said utilize redistributed monies, It's like, wait a minute, what?
Well, I mean, you just
Do
heard-
hospitals do that?
Do
I
what?
mean, hospitals?
Well, you just heard the woman from Mississippi who's going to go to the hospital. They are required by the IRS. Most of our hospitals in the United States are nonprofit. They are all required to spend a part of their dollars on community benefit. One of the things that's been really weird to me has been they also are required to do community assessments. In many communities around the country, older adults, and frankly, I would guess that probably people with dementia, because they have cognitive issues, are often not included in those assessments. So how do we know what the hell is going on in those communities with these populations? That's got to change. And I don't think it's just the hospitals. Medicaid has room for redistribution. There is tons of ARPA money right now. States are rolling in dollars. They don't even know what to do with it. If you're not part of their plan that went to CMS, you need to go to the state and start talking to them about carving out some dollars to invest, and then go back to the legislature and say, you know what? We want an ongoing budget item for this, so that when the ARPA dollars die in 2 years, your program doesn't go away. If there's no voice, you're not going to get anything. And if there's anything that I heard today, and I think Mike's national plan is a national voice, but also the local voices, the voices of people living with dementia, the family caregivers, and the folks, the partners that they work with, those are the voices that these folks have got to hear. And quite honestly, right now, the states are rolling in money, every state. So turn it into a benefit.
Thank you. Any more questions? Any action, takeaways? Let me check our online virtual attendees chat. We don't have any questions yet.
Maybe there's nothing else to say.
Yeah, it's all been said.
I think it's been a pretty full couple of days, and I'm incredible. I think we're all just amazed at the quality of the presentations and the commitment. I've been struck by the variation in public health infrastructure, and I think that's something that I didn't think enough about. Maybe I was thinking, Alma, that we need to, as the BOLD group, to think more about how we help to think about the models of infrastructure in public health and what that means for capacity building, because it's not going to be the same for every public health department. But I think there's a lot that we can learn from ones that have stronger infrastructure and also ones that don't, but we're able to partner and make it happen. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Robin. Mike, anything else you would like to add before we move on to the next?
I think it's all been said, and I'm kind of thinked out. So. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you both. So, we have a brief break, well, 15-minute break, during which you will hear a special message that we have prepared, and I will hand off the mic here to my colleague Chelsea. At that point, I just have a couple of reminders for everybody. I'm going to just say a few names. If you hear your name, please check in with my colleague Maya at the front desk. Lisa Rice, Claudia Burgos, Marie-Jean Tuisenge, and Daria Rahbar. Please check in with Maya if you are here. Dion, my colleague Dion is handing out the event evaluation forms. Please take a few minutes just to tell us how we did. This is our first conference, hopefully won't be the last, but tell us what went well and what we can improve at the next one. After this, we're going to have round tables for our virtual attendees who are joining us online. Like yesterday, there will be a link to our website where you can find the Zoom link to join your online meetings. I will meet our facilitators in the Johnson room for the virtual sessions today. In person, here, for those of us who are in person, like yesterday, Maya is going to put signs on the table. Please find the table that you're most interested in and have a good time. Yesterday, the conversations were great. We received a lot of good feedback. Yes, I think I'm not forgetting anything. And after the roundtables, please come back here for a few minutes, few last words from Joe, Dr. Joe Gogler. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Chelsea Klein. I'm an Associate Director at the Alzheimer's Association. I coordinate the Stakeholder Engagement Advisory Groups, or SEAGs, for the center. You heard a number of our SEAG members present today their mission moments and yesterday, but we just wanted to, as we're kind of closing out the conference, share a few final kind of motivating thoughts and words of encouragement from one of our SEAG members, Arthena, who couldn't be here today. So we have a virtual message from her, her care partner and husband, and also Gary, a member of our leadership team. So enjoy the message from them.
Gary Epstein-Lubau, a psychiatrist at Brown University. Arthena, can you say hello?
I'm sorry. Hi, my name is Arthena Caston, and this is my husband, my care partner, Virus.
Hello, how are you all?
Great, great. Thank you both for taking time to talk with us today. So Arthena, we're at the end of the conference, and can you give everyone some gratitude for their participation in the conference? Please, over to you.
I sure will. I just want to thank you all for coming. I just want to let you know how excited we are to have you all here, have been here with us, and let you know we thank you. We thank you again for coming to see us. We also know, we're a little bit tired, and it's time for you all to leave, unfortunately, but we know that we want to share a few words with you and let you know before the conference ends. As you leave this conference, I want you all to stay motivated. I want you all to be excited, enthused about the work that you do, because that is so important. So please keep that in mind. Right now we're making very important changes in people's lives every day with the work that we do. We're working hard for not only persons such as I who are living with Alzheimer's, but we're also working for their care partners and their caregivers. So please keep these things in mind. Go back home, go wherever you're going today, and from now on, and make sure that you keep this work going, because this is so important to us. We can do this. I know we can. I need you all to stay hopeful. I need you all to stay up there. Let's keep it going. Keep it going.
Great, great. And Virus, can you add some encouragement for caregivers? And we know how difficult it is for you. I was just learning before this how some of the strains you're under. Can you let people know, even with the strain, like Arthena's saying, keep going, some motivation?
Sure. The best thing, or best way I could put it for the care partners, givers, or for your loved one, is to stay motivated. And think about if the shoe was on the other foot, what would she or he or they do for you? And I just don't have a doubt in my mind, if we switched seats right now, if that was it, that my wife would be having the same conversation or be right here with me. So my patience, my prayers, and I remember she was rubbing my back the other day because I say my prayers in the morning. We pray together. You need prayer, you need patience. I was reading up on some Alzheimer's stuff because of what happened. Me and my wife, we talk all the time. We see each other all the time. You never think that when you work together, you come home together, because of what this disease has done to us, how close we've become. So my patience and my understanding and I'm still learning about this, and I'm trying to assure her that I'm here. I'm human, but I'm here. And trying to find out what she's going through. But I just said, you got to have patience. But it's there. Just think about what if it was you, and that's the one thing that keeps me going. That I know my wife will have my back.
Thank you. That's heartwarming. Our time is short, and I want to make sure that you both have a chance to also speak to the professionals, public health program folks. Arthena, can you give some motivation, suggestions to people who work in public health?
My thing to public health people is, again, I need you to reach out to families who need your help. Constantly keep that in mind. You need to reach out to families who need help, because a lot of times in a lot of communities, people don't know where to find you or how to find you. Make yourself known. Make yourself a person or a group of people, that an entity that people can find easily. Attach yourself to places that people go all the time, such as churches, something common, beauty shops, barber shops. Go places that people are and let people know that you are available. When you can't find a resource such as medical care or doctors or any program resources, it makes you frustrated and it makes you want to give up. Don't ever be in that situation. We need you to be, again, I can't say it enough, and I'm going to say it and say it and say it again. Professional departments, be out there for people in your community. Therefore, they need the resources and they will use you if you let us know where you are.
Excellent. Virus, do you have some things to add from your perspective, professionals reaching out to caregivers?
Yes. As Athena said, we don't know what you're at. And the scary part for me is that, as we were talking earlier, I'm thinking, and I'm constantly thinking about it, when as this disease takes her memory or whatever, then I have to basically employ 1 to 2 people to come help me take care of my wife. And, I'm a manager in my job. I hire people. I had to take 2 of those salaries and pay them out of my pocket. But what resources are there to help people in my situation who has a job? I'm not a multi-millionaire. I have to work every day. So is there at the state level, the county level, the federal level, are there not just the doctors and the medical part? I want to keep her at home. I promised her that, and I'm gonna do everything in my power to make sure she stays home. I was out in Kansas City. I remember when they're all in these not daycare. It was a lot of people. Those things are expensive. I would think it's cheaper to keep her at home, but I know I'll need some help. I know I can't afford to hire 2 people to come work at my home to help me see about my wife. Not now, I can't. So is there any resource? It's scary to think about what you want to do. You want to take care of your loved one. When situations like this happen.
Yes. Okay. You 2 are definitely very succinctly showing how much work there is for all of us to get things better, get things right, make resources available. I'm so appreciative, Arthena and Virus, of you taking the time to inspire people here at the end of the conference. Chelsea, are there other things you want us to add? Arthena, Virus, are there other things that you want to say to motivate people?
Keep moving ahead. It's not an easy task. Just keep moving ahead. Every day is a new day. Every day that you wake up, and you know your name and you know what today is, it's going to be a great day. So we just going to keep that great day and move on to find another resource to find us help.
One day at a time. That's all you can do.
Okay, everyone. I hope the roundtable discussions went well. I'm here really to more or less adjourn our wonderful two-day meeting. A big thank you really to my team. Elma, who you've seen all through today, Steph Ingvelson, who was here yesterday, Maya, who's done a tremendous job both days, Robin Berkland's with us, Ashley from yesterday. We couldn't have done this conference without them, and also without you as well. Just a wonderful, robust 2 days of conversations, engagement. I learned so much myself, I know. Hopefully you did as well. Just a couple of reminders here before we formally adjourn. We do still have a poster session and networking through around 5 o'clock. If you're still sticking around, feel free to join us at the posters. If you do have a poster still up and you want to leave, please take it down. That would be great. Reminder to fill out your evaluation forms if you haven't and drop them off at the registration desk with Maya. That's going to be very important to us. You know, as a final thought, there were a lot of themes that were consistent through the 2 days. I think you've heard many of them. Some of them were even parallel and aligned with my beginning talk. And I'll be working with our new graduate student in our center, Dion Bailey, to put together a white paper that we'll distribute to you as well. Of course, in addition to the recording of the conference and the slides too. And so you'll get all of that, and we really heartily encourage you to share that with all of your stakeholders and other key partners. The final question, will we do this again? We're game to do it again. It depends if we have the resources and capacity to do it. But if we do, we would love to have all of you here. And for those of you online, hopefully you could join us in person as well. Otherwise, on behalf of the BOLD Public Health Center of Excellence on Dementia Caregiving, we thank you so much and safe travels.